Welcome to the welcome to the June 4th school board meeting. This meeting is now in session. This meeting is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. Because this is Dr. Duran's first meeting as superintendent, Ms. O'Grady and I have joined him here in person in our boardroom to honor this event while practicing social distancing. I would like you all to stand as we will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Due to the COVID-19 emergency, we have not been able to have in-person comment at our last several meetings. But I'm happy to announce that today, and starting tonight, we will begin our virtual meetings with public comment. We are implementing a new call-in option that allows us to hear comment while maintaining social distancing. For this new process, all speakers must sign up electronically. Detailed directions for signing up to speak at board meetings using the call-in service are posted on our website. Because we are using a purchase service to allow comment, we will be adjusting procedures to minimize the cost of this service. We will limit the time for total public comment to a maximum of 1 hour at each meeting. If we do not have any speakers sign up, we can then cancel the service 48 hours before our meeting at a minimum cost. Otherwise, we will have to pay the full cost even if we do not use the services. Therefore, starting with our June 25th school board meeting and thereafter until further notice, we will accept speaker signups until 4 p.m. 2 days before the meeting. We will adjust the procedure as needed if we find a more effective and efficient way to allow public comment. You can contact the school board office at 703-228-6015 with questions about the process, and please leave a voicemail if there is no answer and someone will return your call. In addition to public comment at board meetings, I want to remind you that we continue to welcome feedback through emails to school.board@apsva.us. And I understand that we have 2 speakers tonight, so I'll review the speaker guidelines before we begin. And I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I will mention it again. For this meeting and future meetings, we will have all public comment at the same time for non-agenda and agenda items. We will also start them at the very beginning of the school board meeting. As was mentioned, we are using a paid service, so this allows us to manage the time that we're asking that service to be available for us. So we will be moving to public comment. And again, we have 2 speakers tonight. So I'm going to review the speaker guidelines before we begin. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. For our virtual meetings, we will hear comments on all agenda and non-agenda items at one time at the beginning of the meeting. Speakers must sign up in advance to receive the call-in information. The day of the meeting, speakers should call into the number provided 10 to 15 minutes prior to the meeting start. Speakers will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please be sure to turn down the sound on any electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer that will keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. And that might be a phone use tonight, so if you do not hear the buzzer, we will graciously ask you to stop speaking. The board does not respond to public comments. There are times when public comments require follow-up due to the nature of the comments. Where follow-up is needed, the superintendent will work with the school board clerk to follow up accordingly after the board meeting. If you have written comments, you may email them to school.board@apsva.us. And I ask that you please be sure to state your name and the topic you will speak about when you begin. Ms. Elliott, would you please call our speakers?
Yes, ma'am. We have one speaker. Our first speaker is Sue Melky.
Shall I start?
You can begin.
Yeah. Can I begin? Okay. Because I don't hear anything. Hello, I'm a parent of a 3rd grader, and in the name of the many parents I talk to, I would like to thank you for all that you're doing and for the opportunity to share our opinion. It's excellent to prepare for the worst-case scenario if COVID is not diminished. I'm sorry, the subject is the reopening of the school. So in case the coverage is not diminished, like you, our primary concern is safety and well-being of our kids and ourselves. With the belief that APS will exhaust all efforts to assure that, we're urging you to consider reopening the school with the second option, the hybrid, or the third option, reopening the school with all necessary precautions and measures put in place. As even if they change the methods of teaching, our kids, unfortunately, do not have the stamina nor the right frame of mind to learn from home. For their 4 years prior experience in kindergarten, all their learning was focusing in class with the teacher face-to-face and their friends around them. And when they come home, they do reading from anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes, homeworks anywhere from 5 to 25 minutes, and that's it. Already the third of the third year has been wasted, and nobody would like to foresee more waste. The ramifications of not going to school are bad on all levels, physical, emotional, social, psychological, and educational. And one important thing is that the tool of education is iPad, which is validating the presence of its own possible danger, that is addiction to those electronic games and wandering in places that are inappropriate to their age. So it works against controlling its usage. Instead of focusing on widening the scope of learning and reaching their full potential, we're wasting double energy, theirs and ours, on controlling the excess use of this tool. I dislike to compare it to medical drug, which a bit of it is very useful, but excess of it proved to be addictive. Also, we should also bring the attention to learning from other European countries who got exposed to COVID before us, dealt with it, reopened schools, and there was no increase of COVID cases. The lack of school structural system is extremely dangerous and expose our kids.
Thank you so
to
much for your
possibly
comments.
irreversible habits and state of mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliott, I know we had 2 speakers sign up. Is the other speaker able to join us this evening?
No, she has not called in, so I guess she's not available.
Okay, thank you. We are now at recognitions, and we have 4 recognitions tonight. Dr. Duran will present our first recognition of our APS retirees. Dr. Duran?
Thank you, and good evening. And it's a pleasure to be here at my very first school board meeting, and an honor to start that by honoring our employees. Tonight, we're here to virtually honor and celebrate employee service within APS and to acknowledge our 2019 to 2020 retirees. These are dedicated employees who are retiring between July 1st, 2019 and July 31st, 2020. So some of them have already departed from APS while others are soon to leave us. Normally, APS, we have an official reception, an event during our board meeting to celebrate employees who are making the retirement. Tonight, due to COVID-19, we're honoring them with a virtual tribute. And I have the honor of recognizing them in my first week here and on my very first meeting. It is unfortunate I do not have the opportunity to really get to thank all of you in person and share with you my gratitude. Before we show you the complete list of retirees, we've asked a few of them to share videos describing their proudest moment while working for APS. And so let's take a few moments to hear what they have to say.
Hi, I'm Stephen Utley, 4th grade teacher at Abingdon School. I'm so proud of my years of service here in the Arlington Public Schools, a world-class international system that in many ways feels like teaching in a small town. I'm so proud when former students come back and visit me in the 4th grade, like Rhonda and Crystal, who are both teachers, or Angelo, who's now a fireman, or Hugh, who is a doctor in New York City. But my proudest moment came last year when I taught a child of 2 former students. It was quite a treat for me. I'm retiring and looking forward to a new adventure, but I'll always look back fondly on my years with the Arlington Public Schools at Abingdon School.
I'm Ginger Tieford, and I teach visual arts at Yorktown High School. I'm proudest to have taught my creative thinkers to be fearless risk takers, understanding that it's okay to make any mistake, and because that is an opportunity to learn. I'm looking forward to being full-time into my studio now.
Hi. Well, I would have to say there have been so many proud moments, but I think year after year, I am most proud at graduation. You get to see the kids come across the stage and see their faces and how excited they are, a little nervous they are, and give them their diploma. And that's always been a very special event for me, a very emotional one too. You're saying goodbye to these kids that you've gotten to know fairly well over 4 years. So I would also throw in there, if I could do two, I would throw in, I'm proud of the fact that I went 30 years as a teacher, assistant principal, and principal. I went 30 years and never took a sick day. So I have all my sick days built up. I always was very proud of the fact that I never had to call in a substitute teacher. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Puzo, and I've been a teacher for 36 wonderful years, 25 of those with Arlington. I'm most proud of the fact that I am a teacher, and my proudest memories are the many moments I felt like I made a difference in a student's life. There have been many moments when I was proud to have made a positive impact on a child's life, and I'm grateful for those blessings. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to personally thank all of our retirees who've made a difference in the lives of our students. Whether you've served as a teacher, instructional assistant, food service worker, or a bus driver, school or department administrator, each and every one of you have been an important part in the education of our students, and I am confident that you'll be remembered by so many of them for influencing their lives. As I've mentioned before, some of the names you see on the screen are colleagues who've already departed, and others will be leaving us soon. We wish all of you the best in the future. Whatever you do, I hope that you leave APS knowing that your support has made a huge difference in this community, to all of our families, and most importantly, to our students. Congratulations to all of you, to your families, on this very important milestone. And most importantly, thank you for your service and dedication to Arlington. Good luck in the next phases of your lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. And I want to thank all of our retirees. Your dedication and contributions have been essential to providing quality instruction to our students and have helped to make APS the strong school division it is today. Thank you for your work and dedication to us, and I wish you the best in your retirement. We wish you the best in your retirement. For our next recognition, and as liaison to the Budget Advisory Committee, Ms. O'Grady will present the next recognition for our budget office.
Thank you, Chair Talento. I am pleased to announce that the Arlington Public Schools Budget Office has been recognized with a budget award for the FY 2020 budget document, the Association of School Business Officials International Meritorious Budget Award. This is the 11th consecutive year that APS has received this award. The Meritorious Budget Awards program promotes and recognizes excellence in school budget presentations, including presentations that set a high standard for transparent budget development. The award is conferred only on school districts that have met or exceeded the program's stringent criteria. To give you a sense of the work that was needed to achieve this recognition, there are 11 pages of detailed criteria that the participating school divisions must meet to achieve this award. Congratulations to the entire budget team. Tamika Levitt-Miller, Alvera Wilson, Jorge Velasquez, Miss Leslie Peterson, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance. Ms. Wilson and Mr. Velasquez are participating in the meeting tonight, and we congratulate them for their excellent work.
Let's give them a virtual round of applause. Congratulations and thanks again to Ms. Peterson, Ms. Wilson, Ms. Levitt-Miller, and Mr. Velasquez on this well-deserved award and your hard work. Next, we will celebrate Randolph Elementary School, which was selected as a recognized ASCA model program, RAMP School. And I believe Ms. Loft will be presenting this to us. Ms. Loft?
Hi, I'm happy to actually introduce Pam McClellan, our Supervisor of Counseling Services, who has the honor of doing this introduction.
Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pam McClellan, Supervisor for Counseling Services. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Duran. Very happy to have our new superintendent on board. And I think I'd like to go directly to our recognition, which Dwayne has.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan.
School board members, Superintendent Duran, Executive Leader. Good evening, Chair Talento and school board members, Superintendent Duran, Executive Leadership Team, colleagues, and all those watching this evening's school board meeting. Thank you for the honor of presenting tonight's recognition. This year, 11 Virginia schools will receive the recognized ASCA Model Program, or RAMP designation. 4 are elementary schools, and one of those 4 is Arlington's Randolph Elementary School. The RAMP designation, awarded for aligning with the criteria in the American School Counseling Association National Model, recognizes schools committed to delivering a data-informed school counseling program and an exemplary educational environment. Jill Cook, ASCA's Assistant Director, said, "This year's RAMP honorees have shown their commitment to students and the school counseling profession. These schools use data to drive their program development and implementation so all students can achieve success. RAMP designation distinguishes these schools and encourages school counselors nationwide to strive for excellence." 4 of the APS strategic plan goals are reflected in this work: student success and well-being, as well as operational excellence and partnerships. Each school has an advisory committee made up of community members, parents, students, classroom teachers, and administrators, all of whom provide input on the school counseling program. Tonight, we are very excited to recognize Randolph School Counselor Jennifer Batinger and her principal Carlos Ramirez for this outstanding accomplishment, and so we can thank them for the work they are doing on behalf of their students. I wish we could all be in attendance this evening to present a special school banner to Jennifer and her principal. Perhaps we can look forward to an in-person celebration next spring as we expect to add to our growing list of RAMP recipients. Alice West Fleet and McKinley Elementary Counseling Departments were recognized this year as Programs of Promise, and they are eligible to earn RAMP designation next school year. We know they will achieve this, and I want to recognize Erin Upton and Danny Fuller of Alice West Fleet, and Gina Rocco and Heather Davis of McKinley. Gina Rocco was, in fact, McKinley's Teacher of the Year 2020. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the mentoring and support of Sarah Snyder to Randolph, to McKinley, and to Fleet throughout this process. She has been instrumental in helping APS reach higher in the delivery of comprehensive school counseling programs. I wanted to remind you that last year we had this celebration, and so to look back, we remember Jefferson Middle School received the RAMP School of Distinction. Key Elementary School and Gunston Middle School also were recognized as RAMP schools, all 3 of them last year, and you can see the lovely picture that was taken at the ASCA Awards ceremony when they attended the national conference. APS now has 6 schools that have achieved this status, with the number expected to reach 8 next year. Once again, thank you for the honor of presenting this recognition this evening.
Thank you, Ms. McClellan. Thank you, and it's great to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I wanted to let you know, as you may know or you heard, Sarah Snyder, who I mentioned in the presentation and who has been so important to our progress, is leaving to become a director of counseling at George Mason High School.
Wow.
And Sarah wouldn't want any fanfare, but I bring her up because I wanted you to know that we're committed to continuing the work she's been doing to directly support this important initiative. So thank you once again.
Thank you for sharing that, and please share with her our congratulations. What a wonderful, wonderful thing for her. And we will miss her. It sounds like she was doing excellent work here. So thank you for sharing that. And I want to take another opportunity to congratulate Principal Ramirez and all of the staff at Randolph, and thanks to our counseling services staff for their efforts. Thank you again. Our final recognition tonight is the annual report from our Student Advisory Board. Ms. Allen, Director of Administrative Service, will introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair Talento.
And I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Durant.
aren't you a doctor? Isn't it Dr. Allen?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Allen. I need to acknowledge Dr. Allen, Director of Administrative
I
Services.
take
will
Miss
do
Allen
this
too,
report.
that's fine. Okay, thank you, Chair Talento, Dr. Duran, school board members. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our 2019-20 School Board Executive, Student Advisory Board Executive Board. We have co-chairs Henry Hammer and Hamna Shafiq, as well as Vice Chair Abby DeCall and Secretary Payne Gronemeyer. Tonight, they will be sharing the work the Student Advisory Board engaged in this year. Despite the school closure, you will see that the SAB was quite active and focused. I will now turn it over to Hamna, who will begin this evening's presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. And before I start off the presentation, I would just like to thank Dr. Allen for supporting us in every way that she has. And a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about today, we couldn't have accomplished without you. So thank you, Dr. Allen. All right, next slide, please. These are some of the improvements that we made throughout this year from things that we've learned in our past years on the Student Advisory Board. So for the first thing that we did was redesign the attendance policy, which has helped us improve attendance at our meetings greatly. And the way that we did that was create a bit more of a stricter and specific guidelines for our members so that we can ensure a good amount of attendance, which results in a much more efficient committee business and general SAB business. The next thing that we did was streamline the agenda, and we increased our meeting time in order to have more efficient committee business, because this would allow time in the beginning of each of our meetings for the committees to meet, which showed that the committees were able to do much better work, and this allowed for them to all meet in one place rather than having to deal with organizing different places to meet in every month. And one of the last things that we did was to schedule and bring in a wide variety of speakers from throughout Arlington Public Schools, and I'm just going to mention a few of them. So first was the Student Services team, which included Dr. Laura Newton, Wendy Correa, and Pam McClellan, who we heard from earlier today. And we also introduced our Student Advisory Board to the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, Erin Gregory. And we also heard from the head of HR, Dan Redding, about the school calendar. And we had Kristen Haldeman come in to talk about our transportation issues. And we also heard from Leslie Peterson about our budget. So I would just like to thank all of those people for coming in, and we really appreciate all the work that you guys do. Now I'm going to pass it on to Payne Gronemeyer for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamna. So next we have our next slide, please. So for the committee reorganization, last year we split it over, we had way too many committees, and we really needed to get it down to 3, which were transportation, budget, and technology. And we were able to have some SAB reps on these as student representatives. I personally had been on ACTC, and I really enjoyed my 2 years there. And we also have students on Budget Advisory Committee, as well as many other ones, as the superintendents on, I think, facilities were working on that, and instruction as well. So we have a lot of students who were trying to get on these adult advisory committees, and they're really able to bring our student voice out. So now I will turn it on to Hamna Shafiq, who will finish up the slide. Excuse me, Abby DeCall.
Hello there. So as Payne kind of briefly went over the committee business that we worked on throughout the duration of our of this year, we made some changes from last year. And this year, we decided that we had focused a little bit too much on too many committees. So for us to give student input to. And so last year we focused on too many. And this year we downsized to 3 committees based on and level of engagement and importance. So we decided to focus on the Transportation Committee, the Budget Committee, and the Technology Committee. And now I'm going to pass it on over to Henry.
All right, next slide, please. So the last thing we wanted to highlight is the Superintendent Town Hall. So the Student Advisory Board has been given a really unique opportunity to host a town hall where students can submit questions for the superintendent to answer. So we create a form and we solicited feedback from over 14 schools and programs from students in grades 6 through 12 and beyond. And we're going to meet with the superintendent tomorrow to help set up the format. So far, we've received questions. The most common theme has been covering how we're going to deal with COVID and about how we'll reopen in the fall. Other question topics are about the art transit pilot and use of school technology, as well as many other things. At the Student Advisory Board especially, we know the importance of bringing the voice of students forward into the light. And so I'd really like to thank the superintendent and all those involved in the process for helping us organize this event. This concludes our presentation. I want to thank you all for listening. And if anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to answer to the best of our abilities.
Thank you so much for being with us today. It's so wonderful to see our students. I miss seeing you all at our board meetings, so thank you for joining us virtually. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see if there are any board questions or comments, but I will start with Ms. Van Doren, who is the Student Advisory Board Liaison. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Ms. Talento. As a matter of fact, I was hoping that that would be mentioned as that role of the board member is to attend the Student Advisory Committee meetings and to be of support to them. And I had the opportunity in particular to watch Payne Gronemeyer serve because I'm also the liaison to the Arlington Committee for Transportation Choices. And he dutifully came to all the meetings and provided excellent input. And I wanted to make sure to thank him. And I know that the other students have really diligently fulfilled their obligations. And it's hard to do as a full-time student. And I just really want to thank them. And they're very conscientious and really thinking about how they can help us improve APS, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Cannon, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. It was so great to see you all. It has been a while, and it's really nice to get a chance to see you as we're getting toward the end of the school year. And very great presentation. It was very interesting to hear about how you're struggling with your time management, just as we all do, getting as much as you can out of each meeting. And I really just wanted to commend you all, especially for that ongoing effort to get students on some of our other advisory committees. As you said, and I know our advisory committee members generally agree, that hearing from students is so valuable to them as they think about providing advice to us. So thank you so much for all of your work, but especially for really getting out there and being involved in our other committees and making sure your voices are heard regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very impressive presentation. You folks got a lot done, and we really appreciate it. So thank you all for that. I look forward to working with you and the new Student Activities Board, the new leadership, the carryover members from this year to next year as we move forward into the new school year. So we really appreciate the work that you've done, especially lately under these very unusual conditions. And hopefully we will be back to, a time when we can all meet around the same table and, discuss the work of the students and APS. So I look forward to that. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. Hi, Henry, Hamina, Abby, and Payne. Thank you guys so much for your presentation. I know you mentioned that you are setting up a opportunity for the superintendent to hear from students. I wanted to know if you've gotten a lot of interest in that, number one, and then number two, I wanted to also understand, or maybe have one of you say how important you think having a student voice is, and to us and to the superintendent as we make decisions.
All right, so I can talk a little bit about this. I will say we've had the form out for a little over a week now, and we have over 145 responses from, like I said, from 14 different schools and programs. So I'm really happy to see how many students are getting involved. And as to your second question, one of the things that I've really focused on in my time on the Student Advisory Board has been getting student input up to this higher level. Because I've had a lot of my friends talk to me. They didn't even know Student Advisory Board existed, what it was. They didn't know that students could get their voices up here. And so any opportunity I can to make sure that my friends and other students around the county can share their input, I try and take to my best abilities.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Would any of our other students like to respond to Ms. O'Grady's question or and comments?
I guess I can just add on to what Henry said, and the student voice has been something which I've really cared about, especially in my transportation circles, and that's motivated me to pursue a career in something like transportation planning in college. And just representing my school, it means a lot to me and all the other students on the board, of course. And it's been a great time doing it, and I can't wait to see what our students can do the next couple of years.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Hamna or Abby, would you all be willing to share?
Sure. I can add on a little bit because I think right now, especially, it's really important to consider the student voice because it can be really frustrating just being stuck at home and not really having maybe a ton of communication or not really understanding what's going on or what the next steps are going to be. So I think right now, especially, it's so important to have that student input in how we're going to continue as a school system. And I would just like to thank you, especially, and Dr. Duran, because just having the student town hall really shows to the students that you guys care about our voices and that our input in how we're going to reopen and continue on in this pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you, Hamna. And do you go to, are you graduating this year?
Yes.
From Arlington Tech?
No, I go to Washington Liberty.
Washington Liberty. Okay. Because I know we had some seniors in our leadership, and I just want to congratulate you all on your graduation. But Hamna, we visited the Student Advisory Board many times, and I remembered you. So I knew that you were a senior, but I wanted to confirm. So congratulations on your graduation. Are any other of your colleagues that are joining you tonight seniors?
Yeah, me, Henry, and Payne are all seniors this year, and we're going to be graduating.
Goodness. We're going to miss you all. Congratulations. Congratulations
on
your
your
graduation.
We all love working with you guys, and it's been an amazing experience. So thank you guys for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Abby, is there anything you'd like to add since you'll be continuing, we hope, in your leadership role?
Yeah, I would definitely, I'm definitely continuing with my leadership role as part of the Student Advisory Board. And I'm a junior, so my 3 other colleagues will be leaving me, which is very sad. But I'm really excited to be working with you guys, and I'm super excited for this town hall, and I really appreciate your efforts in getting student voice out there and reaching out to students. So I'm really looking forward to the new school year. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your comments, and I think Dr. Duran would also like to make some comments or ask questions maybe.
Yes, make some comments. So I just want to thank you for the excellent report, and I'm just so thrilled that there's already 145 questions coming in, and I look forward to meeting tomorrow with you as we plan for the town hall. It's very important to me that we understand and hear from students what they're concerned about, what their ideas are. what their suggestions are, because all the decisions we make and everything we do has an impact directly on you. And our goal is always to make sure that you're learning, that you're successful, and we can't do that if we don't hear directly from you. So not only this first town hall, which I'm really excited about, I'm excited about all the town halls, but to be honest, I'm especially excited about this one. But this won't be the only time that we get a chance to talk together. I look forward to our partnership. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. And thank you all again for presenting tonight, for your work, especially throughout this challenging school year. We truly appreciate all the work and your leadership on behalf of all APS students, and for always bringing the student voice to the school board. Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to our seniors. So we are now at announcements, and I want to start this evening with reading the statement that we jointly sent earlier this week, the school board and our superintendent, Dr. Duran, regarding the protests and the arrests and the death and murder of George Floyd. These are very difficult times for our community, and especially our Black and African American community. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that pain and that anger and that despair that many Black and African American community members, that all Black and African American community members are feeling right now. The injustice and systematic racism has not ended. It's been a fight of generations. And I wish that I had words to tell you that it will change tomorrow. All I can say is that we're fighting that change, that many of us have been fighting it since the day we were born, and many people will continue to fight it. And I think that in these times, there is hope. What I'm seeing today versus what I saw during the Rodney King riots, the people who are out, the people who are not staying silent, the people who are speaking up. There's more. They're different. So in every dark tunnel, there is light. Sometimes we can't see it. Just means you have to turn a corner. And I believe that we're about to turn a corner. And that maybe we'll finally see the light for justice and the elimination of racism. Dear APS community, the tragic death of George Floyd and many others before him, as well as the events that have unfolded since, are bringing into stark focus the pervasive injustice and inequality that the Black and African Americans face every day in our society from systemic and institutionalized racism. As superintendent and the school board, we acknowledge the anger and hurt that our APS community and the nation are experiencing, especially our African American and Black communities. APS strives to celebrate the differences of all our students and strongly condemns violence and racism. To our African American and Black students and staff and all persons of color in our community, we want you to know that we support you, we believe in you, and we stand in solidarity with you. At APS, we believe education is a path toward breaking the cycle of systemic institutionalized racism, and we commit to being part of the solution. We will not sit in silence. We will engage in the challenging discussions regarding the issues of race and equity. We will continue to work together with our community to confront racial injustice by encouraging inclusivity, respect, and compassion for one another, and first and foremost, by truly listening to each other. We will, as public servants and elected officials, work to eradicate any forms of racism and injustice in our public education institution and our community. Moving forward, we pledge to continue the work started prior to the school closures to better educate and train our leaders and staff to tackle systematic bias and inequities, such as opportunity gaps and disproportionality in discipline. We ask APS staff to seek out every opportunity to align teaching and learning with the mission of ending racism and to consider how we are equipping students to play a role in that effort. We will continue this dialogue with our community and provide updates as events unfold now and into the future. In the meantime, below are some available resources to support you in navigating through conversations about race. The two resources we have listed in this letter are Teaching Tolerance, Featured Race and Ethnicity Resources, and Table Talk, Family Conversations about Current Events, Discussion Guide for Families. We ask that you please take care, be safe, and join us in the hard work of truly creating a community that equitably serves and supports all. Sincerely, Dr. Francisco Duran, Superintendent, Arlington Public Schools. Tanya Talento, Chair, Arlington Public Schools. I would also like to read it in Spanish, as we have done with all important statements. Estimada comunidad de APS, la trágica muerte de Jorge Floyd y muchos otros antes que él, así como los eventos que se han desarrollado desde entonces, están enfatizando la injusticia y la desigualdad generalizadas que los afroamericanos enfrentan todos los días en nuestra sociedad por el racismo sistémico e institucionalizado. Como superintendente y la Junta Escolar, reconocemos la ira y el dolor que nuestra comunidad y la nación están experimentando, especialmente nuestra comunidad afroamericana. APS se esfuerza por celebrar las diferencias de todos nuestros estudiantes y condena enérgicamente la violencia y el racismo. Para nuestros estudiantes y personal afroamericanos y todas las personas de color en nuestra comunidad, queremos que sepan que los apoyamos, creemos en ustedes y estamos juntos en solidaridad. En APS, creemos que la educación es un camino para romper el ciclo del racismo institucionalizado y sistémico, y nos comprometemos a ser parte de la solución. No nos sentaremos en silencio. Nos involucraremos en las discusiones desafiantes sobre los temas de raza y equidad. Continuaremos trabajando juntos con nuestra comunidad para enfrentar la injusticia racial, alentando la inclusión, el respeto y la compasión entre nosotros y, ante todo, escuchándonos verdaderamente. Nosotros, como servidores públicos y funcionarios electos, trabajaremos para erradicar cualquier forma de racismo y injusticia en nuestra institución de educación pública y nuestra comunidad. Desde ahora, nos comprometemos a continuar el trabajo iniciado antes del cierre de las escuelas para educar y capacitar mejor a nuestros líderes y personal para abordar los prejuicios y las desigualdades sistémicas, como las brechas de oportunidades y la desproporcionalidad en la disciplina. Pedimos al personal de APS que busque todas las oportunidades para alinear la enseñanza y el aprendizaje con la misión de acabar con el racismo y que consideren cómo estamos equipando a los estudiantes para que desempeñen un papel en ese esfuerzo. Continuaremos este diálogo con nuestra comunidad y proporcionaremos actualizaciones a medida que se desarrollen los eventos, ahora y en el futuro. Mientras tanto, a continuación, hay algunos recursos disponibles para ayudarlo a navegar a través de conversaciones sobre la raza. Esos recursos se llaman Teaching Tolerance, enseñando tolerancia, recursos sobre identidad de raza y etnia, y Table Talk, conversaciones de familia sobre eventos actuales, guía para familias. Les pido que tengan cuidado, esté seguro y únase a nosotros en el arduo trabajo de crear una comunidad que verdaderamente sirva y apoye equitativamente a todos. Sinceramente, Dr. Francisco Durán, Superintendente, Escuelas Públicas de Arlington, y Tania Talento, Presidenta, Junta Escolar de Arlington. Gracias. Thank you. I would like to turn it over to my Vice Chair, Monique O'Grady, who would like to make a statement. Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Chair Talento, and I want to recognize that within the first 24 hours of Dr. Duran's entry as our new superintendent, one of his first priorities was to work with us to create a statement. And I think that is very telling and important as we move forward. As the first African-American woman elected to any office in Arlington, I felt it was important to add my own statement to what's happening now, and here it is. I share in our nation's anguish as we react to the pain of the unjustified and wrongful deaths of Black Americans, the most recent in George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. We cannot waste this moment. We cannot lose another life. We must listen and stand together and hear the cries of a people, my people, stolen, persecuted, enslaved, and then freed to be held in bondage by the long-lasting effects of institutional racism and implicit bias that disproportionately affect our economics, our health, our safety, and our education. We are a strong people. We use our minds and our stories to make change. As the Capitol Hill correspondent for Black Entertainment Television's Nightly News, I had the opportunity to tell these stories from neighborhoods across the country and from Washington lawmakers like Congressman John Lewis. Stories are powerful. Fortunately, I believe we have many people in Arlington ready to stand with us and listen. Your voice is valuable and will help make change. Our schools and schools across this country have work to do. We have the mandate from our community through our strategic plan that leads with equity. I have worked to budget for and hire our first Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer because I knew the work could not wait. I have worked with Arlington's first female Afro-Latina school system leader and now our first male leader of color. We are working together to make change reality. Each of us can help continue to make change. Change in our hearts, change in our homes, change in our neighborhood, change in our schools, and yes, change in our school system. Our strategic plan already requires us to look at our disproportionality on educational success, discipline, overrepresentation for special ed, underrepresentation for gifted services. We need to keep working to make sure our students see themselves in their history, in our curriculum, not just for their own benefit, but for the benefit of all of our students. We need to make sure our students are safe and valued, and our staff feels fully equipped to support all of our students and give staff training to recognize implicit bias and tools to practice cultural competence in their work. We are educating tomorrow's leaders, and today's events will forever change them. They are our future politicians, law enforcement leaders, journalists, business leaders, teachers, and parents. We must give our students the chance to share and learn from one another, and we must learn from them. So our future leaders, and as future leaders, they will know how to make our country a fairer and more just place. Please have your voice heard with our new superintendent. As you heard earlier, Dr. Duran is having June town hall meetings for students and for the rest of our community. They're on June 12th, the 13th, and the 24th. Please reach out to me and my school board colleagues via open office hours, mail, email, or sign up to speak virtually at our board meeting and share your stories, your concerns, and your ideas. And you can do that by going to the APS website and clicking on the school board, and there's lots of different ways to contact us. Thank you for listening, and I hope that we can continue to work together because together we're stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, I believe you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. Pardon me. I fully support and endorse the thoughtful and heartfelt comments of my colleague, Monique O'Grady. As Monique says, APS has work to do and has a vital role in preparing our students to be society's future leaders and teach them how to change society for the better. We are all dedicated to that goal. So Monique, thank you for those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Doren, is there anything you'd like to share?
Thank you, Ms. Talento, and thank you, Ms. O'Grady, for your words. They were wonderful. I really appreciate them. And I also want to thank Dr. Duran and Ms. Talento for working speedily when the first half day of Dr. Duran joining us to put the statement together and to share that with the entire board and have all of us have an opportunity to provide input into what is our joint statement. So I don't have much more to add because I think our sentiments are in that joint, collective, unified statement. I'll just say that I'm a witness. I'm listening. My grief is profound. You know, I personally commit myself to continue this work every single day, every minute that I serve as a public official and thereafter. We are having these conversations in my home, among my friends, among anybody I can have the conversation with. We had an extensive conversation in our Democratic Committee meeting last night. That's my commitment, and I really do hope we can make some progress this time. It's my commitment to make that happen in whatever way and in whatever circle I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Cannonen?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. I want to follow up with my colleagues and say a tremendous thank you to you and Dr. Duran for taking the leadership in putting together this statement, and all of our school board colleagues for working together on that statement, and especially again to Dr. Duran for on his first day in this job with Arlington Public Schools, recognizing the urgency of the moment and getting to work with us. Ms. O'Grady, thank you very much also for your important statement. I just want to share that today the Virginia School Boards Association Board of Directors met, and we also approved a statement that will be shared, I think, on social media probably tomorrow, and I will share that when it comes out. I'm not going to read it all, but I will just read the ending, which says, as division leaders, school board members are uniquely positioned to lead by example. As leaders who have been entrusted to as leaders who have been entrusted to care for our most precious resource, we must not rest until all students are treated with the same humanity, dignity, and value that each child deserves. It was also shared today that the Virginia High School League provided a statement as well from Executive Director Dr. Billy Hahn, and I did share that on social media earlier today. Again, I won't read the whole statement, but it ends by saying, the VHSL does not have all the answers, but we embrace our obligation to empathize, sympathize, listen, encourage dialogue, and support our African American student athletes and activity participants as we stand with them to end racial injustice in our country. And finally, as I've done for 6 years now, I want to share with the community that Wear Orange for Gun Violence Awareness Weekend is upon us. It's a difficult moment in our nation's history right now, and the Wear Orange movement is one way to express our grief, but also our hope as a community. As the Wear Orange movement states on their website, we must all come together and take a stand against the deadly mix of guns, white supremacy, and racism. While there's no public gathering this year, Arlington's Moms Demand Action is continuing to build on their theme of Plant Hope. They're continuing to nurture their Plant Hope garden in Courthouse, which you can visit anytime. And they've also organized a book and game drive for Arlington children in need. You can support this drive by calling or ordering online from one of the following Arlington establishments: Busboys and Poets, One More Page Books, the Toy Store 1-2 Kangaroo, or Urban Farmhouse. Families are also encouraged to paint rocks, plant flowers, and of course, wear orange this weekend. Wear Orange began when a 15-year-old girl named Hadiya Pendleton was shot and killed in a park in Chicago in 2013. This month, Hadiya would have turned 23 years old. I want to thank my school board colleagues, the superintendent, APS leadership, staff, students, and so many others who've supported Wear Orange in Arlington for many years, and for everything you do to support the safety, health, and well-being of our community's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan. Thank you all for your comments and for working together to do what we did this week. I think what is always difficult in times like this is that we have a lot of work to do today. And these are emotional times for us, I think, for everyone. And so one of the things that I've learned as a school board member is to try to manage that emotion and that passion and switch. So I ask that you bear with us as we all transition into work again, because we have a long meeting before us. And I know that there are a few other announcements that we have to share. It was great to start the evening with recognitions, knowing our students were there, but we wanted to take a moment to really share our statement and hear our comments. There are a couple more announcements, and I think, Ms. O'Grady, you have a good announcement for us as our Arlington Science Focus Liaison. Is that correct?
That is correct. So, as liaison to the Arlington Science Focus School, I am pleased to announce that teacher Stephanie Lynn was awarded the Nova District PTA Educator of the Year Award. Ms. Lynn was nominated by the Science Focus PTA for her work as the investigation station teacher. Arlington Science Focus is designed to develop extensive understanding of science content and process through inquiry-based learning, and science content is used as the catalyst to teach all subject areas there. Ms. Lynn supports this work by leading the Investigation Station and Science City programs at Science Focus. She also coordinates Family STEM Nights, Outside the Box Day, Habitat Week, Aquarium Club, and Lego Robotics Team. Congratulations, Ms. Lynn, for receiving this special recognition.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I think under traditional circumstances, we would have had Ms. Lynn here, and we would be applauding her, so applause to you, Ms. Lynn. And I did want to share that with our prior statements, Dr. Duran will be making some remarks during his superintendent update, so I didn't turn the mic over to him, and we'll hear from him at that time. I want to find out if there are any other announcements that my other colleagues may have regarding their schools or anything else. I just will call you by name, and if you don't have any, just share that. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any other announcements you would like to share today?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Van Doren, do you have anything else you would like to share today?
No, I don't. Thank you for asking.
Dr. Kannanen, anything else you would like to share? Okay. So I now would like to do the final set of announcements. I'd like to announce the following meetings, which will be held virtually. Information about viewing meetings is posted on our website and on Board Docs and will be shared through social media. On June 10th, the board will hold a closed meeting at 5:30, and on June 11th, we will have a closed meeting at 5 p.m. The committee of the whole meeting will take place on Friday, June 12th at 8 a.m. We have 3 meetings scheduled for June 16th, a policy subcommittee meeting at 2, a CIP work session number 4 at 5:30, and a closed meeting at 8 p.m. And finally, we have just confirmed this afternoon that the joint school board and county board CIP work session will take place on Tuesday, June 23rd at 5 p.m. and it will be virtual. So we're now ready for Dr. Duran. We're going to hear the superintendent's announcements and updates. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair Talento. And I want to follow up and echo the comments and first of all, I want to thank all of the school board members who so quickly responded to the request to really put a joint letter together. I was so pleased and really felt this was the right place to be in Arlington. And my first day on the job, just having that come together of all of you was very powerful. And as I look across our nation, there are many people who are being silent about this, and we're not. And that's very powerful to me. So thank you for that. This is truly a time that we have to come together and be united against racism and do everything we can to be part of the solution. But I want to say that while our statement was powerful, while it was important to not be silent, that words are only words without action, they mean nothing. And so we must commit to follow up from this statement and make sure that we are going to do what we strive to say in that statement. I commit to do that, and I ask my school board members and colleagues to also commit, and I know you will, because you stepped up right away on day one. What can we do and what must we do? We must continue to be proactive, and we must continue to lead on these issues. We need to continue to think about how we can convene and engage in dialogues at the school level, district-wide, whatever format we can, to continue this conversation. We must continue to strengthen and deepen the equity work and the anti-bias training that was initiated by the Office of Equity and Excellence prior to closure. Work with all of our staff to make sure that we're building the capacity, the awareness, and knowledge about how to tackle systemic bias and inequities. Understand our own bias, understand our own perspective that we bring. It's very important that we think about that, and as we do that, that we seek ways to understand by data, looking at our opportunity gaps, our achievement gaps, our disproportionality and discipline, and continue this work. I also ask that all of us in APS think about every opportunity we can take, whether it's through teaching and learning, whether it's through conversations, whether it's relationship building, or again, looking at within ourselves to see our own bias, to continue to find a way to make sure that our students are ultimately successful. What's most important, and again, I echo all the comments from all of our board members and very especially touched with Ms. O'Grady's comments. Thank you for that. What we must also remember to add to this conversation is that this is just an additional layer of trauma that our students and our community is facing at a time that is already traumatic on so many levels. And so we must be thoughtful about that and how we provide culturally responsive resources and supports, absolutely, but also social emotional learning resources and supports. Not just when these events unfold. And I'm glad that we came together while this event unfolded before us. But how are we going to be proactive and continue, not just when these types of instances appear in the media? This has to be part of our daily work and built into our core curriculum. So I commit to that. And I commit to working with all of you to make sure that this statement means something and not just not being silent, but actually has some actions and impact behind it. So thank you for that. And now for some updates.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Yes.
So first of all, I want to thank also all the ELT staff who are on the call. You can't see them all, and you'll see some of them popping in and out throughout the evening, but Dr. Cannon and to our community, we're standing with you in wearing our orange. And you see my orange tie. You've seen it before, and you'll see many of our ELT members are here, and I thank them for standing in solidarity on that. We will be talking a lot of questions about the reopening of schools. I know people are wondering, and that's not going to be right now in my updates. We are going to move that to a monitoring report later in this evening, and we will begin to have that as a regular monitoring report on all of our future meetings. But as you can see here on this slide, we are continuing to ensure our students have access to food during the pandemic. And this shows that the 9 locations that we're doing that, lunch and breakfast for children aged 2 to 18, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I'm so proud and want to thank all the staff who helped to make 245,000 meals served since we began on March 16th. 2 highlights I do want to note for the community is that we will continue to serve meals throughout the summer to ensure students have access during the summer break. And we've received this question at food sites, and I want to reassure our families that we're committed to continuing the meal service and communicate any updates to our schedule in advance if there are changes made. Also, families who receive free and reduced price meals can now receive additional assistance through the Pandemic Electronic Benefit Transfer, or PEBT, Food Purchasing Assistance Program. And I know some families have already begun to receive these cards and have questions about how to activate them, and we did share a message out today about that to help provide some guidance and information also is available on our website. Families that are currently not receiving free and reduced price meals can now apply by visiting www.myschoolapps.com, and you'll see that on the slide here. Printed applications are also available at all of our meal distribution sites, and you can call 703-228-6130 to request one by mail. And we really encourage families whose needs might have changed due to the pandemic. You might not have been on free and reduced lunch prior, but it might have changed now to enroll so that if you're eligible, you can receive this food assistance benefits. The Virginia Department of Ed ultimately will approve that eligibility and will help issue that benefit. So please seek out information on that. A few other important end-of-the-year updates and reminders is that we've had a few calendar adjustments. So you can see the last day of school for students is June 12th, which will allow for our staff to engage in professional development during the week of June 15th to help us be ready for a strong reentry to school in the fall. Closeout is now occurring, and principals have reached out to communicate with families about year-end activities and a safe pickup for all personal items. And we're hosting virtual graduation ceremonies for high schools and programs the following week. You can find that whole broadcast schedule and links on our website. And additionally, I want to make sure and note that our secondary report cards will be available via Parent View on June 18th, and those will be reflecting the final grades. Elementary students should have already received a final report card. As was mentioned earlier, I'm really looking forward and excited to meet the community. Unfortunately, not in person, but we're making an adjustment for our current situation. And once we're able to in person, we will have those opportunities. But for now, they will be virtual town hall sessions this month. And as you can see on the screen, there are some that are for staff, students, and the community. I'm going to address questions that have already been submitted through Engage about my plans, share a little bit about myself, and also a little bit more, I know the big question about reopening and where we're going. But I'll also be available to answer any questions that are submitted during the 1-hour session. And if we run out of time and there are more questions, then I will make sure to directly respond to each and every one of those questions later on after the town hall. The town halls are going to be hosted through Microsoft Teams, and you don't need to have Microsoft Teams. You can participate on a computer, a tablet, or your mobile device. You can also watch the meeting with closed captions on our website or on our Comcast Channel 70 or Verizon Channel 41. In addition, the town hall can be available and viewed on Facebook Live on our Facebook page. And if you're not able to watch it in any of those during these times, it will be available online to view later for you. I want to thank all the community who've sent so many questions already and encourage you that you can still continue to submit them in advance of the meeting by emailing engage@apsva.us. And you can also text questions in advance or even during the event to 703-957-0089. During the event, you'll also be able to ask questions via Facebook or in the chat feature on Teams. So I really hope you can join me and participate in this discussion and get to learn a little bit about me, and most importantly, I get to learn a little bit about all of our community here. Starting June 8th, we will be highlighting on social media just a few of the outstanding seniors graduating this year, and we're using the hashtag APS 2020 grads and hashtag class of 2020, which you see right now on the top of the screen. And we encourage all of our community to join and celebrate all of our APS graduates. It's a very difficult time for them not to be able to walk across the stage, and we are going to continue to see how we can celebrate them moving forward. But right now, here's the opportunity virtually to do that. They'll be broadcast on Verizon Channel 41, our Comcast 70, YouTube, and each ceremony will be broadcast multiple times so that we can have accessibility. So please join us. And if you're not a senior, you don't have a child who's a senior, just a community member, join us through the hashtag and let them know that we're proud of them, we support them, and we honor them. The registration process for the 2021 school year has now started. It began on June 1st. Families are now able to complete the registration process online, and when families visit the conditional online webpage, you will see a fillable registration form and a list of the documents that are needed to submit. Families are then able to securely upload the registration documents using a secure link, and registrars will be available to schedule virtual meetings with families to finalize the registration process. Once our schools are physically able to reopen, school registrars will be following up to finalize the process, which will include an in-person meeting and viewing the original and notarized documents that are needed. Additional information on this is available on the website, and you can see the link there. As is a customary part of the superintendent updates, just I want to review the school board action plan for 2019-20. In particular, the interim superintendent Johnson presented the 2021 CIP to the board on May 21st. We've had work sessions on this. We'll be talking more about this evening in an information item. And as was said earlier, there will be a joint county board work session on June 23rd for further discussion. The next step in this process is the final work session, as was already noted, on June 16th. But I want to just encourage all of our community members to follow the CIP process by visiting our Engage webpage. The data review for the 2020 elementary school boundary process is a very vital step for us before the boundary adjustment process to take place this fall. This step is almost complete, and I hope community members have had the chance to review the data and share their input using the online questionnaire that will be open through tomorrow. So you have one more day to get that in. The planning team held a virtual meeting on Monday with representatives from several of the advisory groups that we have and community leaders to discuss the data and review of a variety of methodology approaches. The final data for this will be published in August, right before the fall boundary process begins. So again, take advantage of that additional day tomorrow. And last, as a part of my updates, is around new policies and policy revisions. There's a consent item and a few information items tonight on the school board policies agenda related to locally awarded verified credits, admissions, administrative placements, options and transfers, and information security. We've also posted a draft policy today on the APS Engage page, and this is the policy for school start times. The draft will be available for stakeholder review and input for the next 30 days. Staff will review comments and suggestions during this period before finalizing the draft policies to present to the school board. Those conclude my updates. Chair Talento, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. We really appreciate the updates. I'm going to open up the floor to our colleagues, see if there's any questions or comments. I will start with Ms. Van Doren. Do you have any questions or comments for Dr. Duran?
I apologize. There's a terrible thunderstorm outside and I had to relocate, so I'm trying to operate off my phone right now. Okay. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you. And it's odd that in these times it feels like he's already been here for a long time, but it's only been since Monday. So welcome and thank you for that update. It was seamless, and also thank you to Ms. Johnson for, again, such a seamless transition.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Kennan?
Ms. Talento, I believe that Dr. Cannon actually had to restart her computer because of the storm.
Oh,
so
thank you.
She may be
okay, so we'll move
unavailable this moment.
Thank you for checking on that, Ms. O'Grady. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Duran. Very meaty and complete set of announcements. I may have missed this, but could you just go over the availability of, or the continuation of our food distribution services over the summer?
So the announcement is that we are going to continue to have the food available over the summer, and right now the plan is with the same Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for children, breakfast and lunch for children ages 2 to 18.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you so much. That's all. That's the only question I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. O'Grady?
I just wanted to thank Dr. Duran for mentioning the pandemic EBT cards for our community, because those are very important assets that our community need right now, so that they can get additional money to be able to go to the grocery store and supplement their food supply for their students. And so I appreciate that we've moved forward on that, and I appreciate that we sent out a message to let people know if they're having trouble understanding how to access them or use them, that we do have information there. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and I appreciate your lovely presentation tonight.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And I will see if Dr. Cannon is able to log back on, and if not, we'll move forward, and she can submit any questions through our follow-up process. Dr. Cannon, have you been able to get back on to our Teams meeting? Okay, so if Dr. Cannon has any questions, we will ask her to follow up. So Dr. Ron, thank you so much for the presentation. I echo my colleagues' comments in a good presentation and thorough, and I thought it was also seamless. And I am confident that I speak for my whole board when I say that we will commit to what you asked us to commit to. We will commit to this work. It's work that we have already discussed prior to this, and now it's even more imperative that we follow through. So I just wanted to share that on behalf of my board, and thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
So we are now at our consent agenda, and before we act, I want to note that earlier Ms. Van Doren requested that personnel actions be removed from the consent agenda. That item has been removed from consent, and we will act on it as a separate item following the consent vote. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second from Nancy.
Tanya, point of order, please.
Mr. Goldstein, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you want to continue with the vote, even though we don't have everybody, present virtually.
I believe she's on.
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about me, Mr. Goldstein?
Oh.
I literally just got back in.
I see. Okay, thank you.
My power went out.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Cannon, we just moved to adopt the consent agenda, and it was seconded by Ms. Van Doren.
Yep, thank you.
So I'll ask the clerk, Ms. Elliott, to please call the roll.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. So we will now act on personnel actions. May I have a motion to approve the personnel actions?
I move to vote on the personnel actions.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments on this motion?
I would like to make a comment, Ms. Talento. This is Nancy Van Doren
Please proceed.
with my new background. I will be voting no on this item. I have some significant concerns with several of the items on this list, but I have communicated those concerns to Dr. Duran, and I'm going to leave it at that at this point because these are personnel issues.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Are there any other comments? Hearing no other comments, I will ask Ms. Elliott to call the roll.
All right. Again, all in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. We have 4 monitoring items tonight. First, Dr. Duran will present the return to school status update. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. As outlined in Ms. Johnson's presentation during our last school board meeting, we're actively planning for a return to school in the fall, and all of us, including, we heard our students earlier, we're all eager to get back into the classroom as soon as it's safe, and we're awaiting guidance from the state and public health officials, but it's something we're eagerly working towards. Governor Northam is expected, he was expected to have made an announcement this week. He postponed that announcement with guidance that will help provide clarity on the timelines and the conditions for us to make final decisions. We hope to hear that announcement. He said potentially tomorrow, but likely next week. State guidance is really important for us because it helps us to make sure that we are aligned with the conditions that has been set forth by our state health department, also the use of our CARES Act funding. And so there are a lot of considerations that we're waiting for that and really will help us to determine our scenarios for the summer and the fall. We also know, and as we've seen in the economic phases that he has released publicly, that there will likely be flexibility in phasing for different localities. As we saw with phase 2 for the economic reopening phases, Northern Virginia was on a different path, and that likely might happen here. So we look forward to that guidance, and as soon as we get that guidance, we will certainly be sharing that with the community and with the board. But I want to reiterate something that was already shared, that our key priorities we're focusing on for our planning are really about making sure that health and safety of our staff and students is first and foremost for us, and that's where relying on the guidance from our health officials is needed as we think about social distancing and other health measures. Also making sure that we have the access to technology and internet at home for possible continuation of distance learning or some version of hybrid. Also very important, as I stated in my opening updates, is the well-being and mental health of both our staff and our students. And as I stated already, and I want to restate it over, that many of them are experiencing a great deal of trauma during this pandemic, and so we have to make sure that that's an aspect and a key part of any plan that we bring forward. We also have to think about flexibility and consideration for various levels of need and risk among our own staff and students, where some may be needing additional flexibility even if we have a certain plan for general. And finally, we need to make sure that we have consistent expectations in place across all of our schools, and that the coordination is absolutely essential for us to have a clear and proactive communication and community engagement as we implement our plans. So those are some key areas that we're focusing on, and we'll be continuing this monitoring report at every board meeting all the way through the fall. As I've already indicated, there are some really important health and safety measures we're preparing for. By no means this list a complete list. And I'm not going to read all of these here, but you can see that we're really looking at following our health guidelines from both the CDC, the state health department, and in coordination with our local health department. For the summer, we announced our plans to provide all summer learning via distance learning this summer at our last board meeting. But I want to share with the community and the board that we are currently looking at options to provide a hybrid model for limited in-person instruction that would ensure students of highest needs and our most vulnerable populations have supports needed. Once we get guidance and understand from the governor what those models and phases might look like for summer, and we review that guidance, we will come back and share potentially some revisions to what was shared at the last board meeting. And again, I want to reiterate for our summer, and as Mr. Goldstein asked, that meal services will continue, but also our social emotional support that we have will also continue through the summer. So for fall, the big question on everyone's mind, we're continuing right now to focus on 3 scenarios at a very high level, and that would be full distance learning, some form of hybrid, in-person and remote, or full in-person, which ultimately, of course, is the goal we want to get to, again, considering safety measures. I'm also, I want to share with the community, and the board knows this, but I'm working closely with the regional superintendents in Northern Virginia so that we can closely try to align our plans as much as possible, as we know many of our staff and community members live in other, staff members are community members in other counties in Northern Virginia. We want to make sure that we're supporting them and having a unified approach as much as possible. We have a structure in place currently to think through all these scenarios in this work, and I want to make sure that the community and the board understands that. And so right now we have work groups that are established, and they're really focused on 4 key areas. Instruction, and that group is really looking at the different distance learning best practices, hybrid models, and how do we pace instruction? How do we make sure that we're teaching new content as we reopen? So that's a very important work group. The second work group is the operations work group, and this work group is really delving into facilities, HR, transportation, technology, and thinking about all those elements that go into that. The third work group is our activities work group, where we're working and looking at extracurricular activities for students like athletics, clubs, special events, partnerships. And the fourth group is our communications work group, which is really looking at how do we engage our community and make sure that we're being transparent, open, and inclusive of our plans as we move forward through this process. These work groups represent various departments and school-based staff working together. They're meeting multiple times a week to make this work move forward, and we'll be meeting even more once we get the clear guidance from the state very soon. And additionally, something that I'm really excited to have happen is the forming of a stakeholder task force, which I will chair, to ensure that we have community input throughout the plan development. I'll share a little bit more about the details of that on my next slide, but it's really an important aspect for us as we do this planning. Community engagement and communications has to be key for us and is key for us as we think about implementation and planning, and we need to make sure we have the voices of our community, all the voices of our community at the table and as a part, or at least being able to give input as we make final decisions. So what does the task force look like, and what are we planning? The task force is just one way, first of all, to involve staff, students, and families in the process. We have other ways, which I'll talk about in a moment. But this is one where we're really trying to bring folks together to draw on their perspectives, thinking about all of our stakeholders to ensure that we have a diversity of views. And that's really important that we think about that and perspectives. And so the task force includes members of the ELT work groups, which I just talked about, principal chairs, teachers, staff, students, and parent representatives from our core advisory groups. And you see many of those advisory groups listed here. Right now, we're in the final stages of working with the staff liaisons and the chairs of those advisory groups to identify candidates to serve on the task force. And ultimately, the final group will be diverse and represent various student populations, making sure we have diversity among schools and grade levels, and geographically representing all parts of our county. We're looking to have about 7 to 10 teachers, approximately 7 to 10 parents, and 5 to 6 students at a minimum. And again, as I said, it's being finalized right now, and we're working on that tomorrow to finalize that, and with hopes that our first meeting will be next week. So as I've already stated, that's just one way to gain input. Another very important way is that we will have, and we already launched some surveys. We've already launched the student and staff surveys, and we'll be launching a family survey to get broader input on distance learning and our reopening plans. And it's really important that we gather information on what has already occurred in our distance learning during the springtime, get some feedback on that, but then also get some feedback and suggestions and comments on potential plans for reopening in the fall. So these surveys are going to ask families, students, and staff about that, and we look forward to receiving that. More clarity on that, our staff and student surveys are being conducted June 3rd through 10th, and the family survey is planned for June 8th through the 15th. The window of the survey is only 7 days, and while that's short, it's really important because we want the input so that we can have that early on as we help inform our final plan. And then last, aside from the task force and the surveys, we have an Engage with APS process, and we're going to continue to share the ideas and input received with our work groups and task force for consideration. And as I've already stated, I will be sharing regular updates with the community and the board during a monitoring report at each of these board meetings. Finally, this timeline provides an updated snapshot of our work, some of which is dictated by the state when guidance is shared, and others is clearly outlined here by the months that we've already begun the work. The team has done some phenomenal work since April thinking about this, and we have a lot more to do. Our goal is ultimately to finalize and present our plan by the end of June. That's, of course, contingent upon the guidance and when it's received, but our hope would be at the June 25th board meeting to provide a much more detailed overview of what our thinking is. So that concludes my presentation on that. I'm open to questions or comments from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Thank you for the presentation, and we're grateful that we will get it as a standing monitoring item at every board meeting. I think that's really important for the board and the community, so thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions. I will start with Dr. Kennanen. Do you have any questions?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I'm sorry. I keep moving around my house to find a good place that works. I just want to comment that I didn't see the Arlington Committee for Transportation Choices on that list of core advisory groups. And given that transportation is going to be an issue related to our opening, I'd like to suggest that we consider having somebody from that group be part of that. So that's just a suggestion to Dr. Duran and his staff.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. O'Grady?
Yes, I just have two comments. The first comment is I'm very happy to see that we're going to take a second look at what we're planning for summer school. And then secondly, I wanted to share that when I met with my PTA liaisons, there was a concern about them trying to plan their budget for next year. And in terms of, are they going to be allowed to have events, not have events? Should they continue to put a lot of money aside for to help their families with food or other resources they need? And so as you're working, Dr. Duran, with the task force, please keep in mind that our PTAs, which are so valuable to our community, also want to plan and support whatever situation we're in. And so as a former PTA leader, I know that it's important to make budget plans. And so if you can think about that as you're moving forward, that would be super helpful, I believe, for our PTAs.
Thank you, and I'll make sure that our activities work group that's working on that, partnerships and the events, will be able to dig deeper into that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Thank you for a great presentation, and we look forward to an update for the community on June 25th. We do have a next monitoring item, but before I do that, I usually, after we adopt our consent agenda, share with you all when we accept our briefs. And so today, under our consent agenda, when we did that earlier, we did accept the profile of a Virginia graduate briefing report. It's a really great report. I want to thank our staff for writing this. It's very helpful to see all the work that we are doing to meet the requirements and guidance from the profile of a graduate. And I wanted to share with our staff that I really appreciated the data in here, being able to see where we still have gaps. You can't close gaps if you don't see where your gaps are. Understanding the work that we're doing to move forward, and recognizing how we will be supporting our students under the new profile of graduates. I really want to take a moment to thank them for providing this to us. And so now I will move, and so for your community members, we post these up on our webpage, all of our briefing reports, so please take a look, and if you don't see it there, you can look it up on board docs on our consent agenda. So our next monitoring item is the fiscal year 2020 third quarter fiscal monitoring report. And Dr. Duran, would you introduce this presentation, please?
Yes, Assistant Superintendent Leslie Peterson will be providing information on this item. So, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, everyone. Dwayne, if I could have the presentation, please. Thank you. Next slide. Tonight I'm here to present the third quarter monitoring report. I'm going to talk about the purpose, what the status of our budget is. I'm going to talk a little bit about our CIP quarterly report, and then we're also going to talk about some recommendations. Next slide. Typically, we do these periodic monitoring reports to ensure that we are progressing the way we should during the school year. We want to ensure that our current budget accurately reflects the way we need to spend our money, and then determine if there are any adjustments needed in the current year's budget, either to help us in the current year or to help with the next fiscal year budget. Next slide. So to that end, I am here for the third quarter report, and I'm sure that most of you were probably expecting some of the things that you're going to see tonight based on the economic conditions that have overtaken the county, the state, and the whole nation. I'm going to start with revenue. Our state revenue is projected at this time. We don't have all of the information we need at this moment, but at this time, we're projecting state revenue to be about $0.7 million below our budgeted estimates, and that's primarily due to sales tax and lottery proceeds. Our local revenue is projected to be under budget significantly, and there are three different areas in which we're projecting revenue shortages. One is in the operating fund of about $0.8 million. That's due to mostly to Montessori fees not being received in the last quarter, building rental fees not being received in the last quarter, and then some other minor ones. In the Community Activities Fund, where we see the bulk of the loss of revenue, we are projecting about $3.3 million in revenue loss in the extended day program. Obviously, we aren't in school, so we're not providing extended day services. And in the aquatics program, again, our pools are closed. We're not receiving revenue for those. So we are projecting loss there of about $0.6 million. In addition, we are projecting about $0.9 million loss in our Food Nutrition Services Fund. The revenue loss there centers around our meal and snack program that we provide to other entities, internal catering, and our cafe at the Syfax building. So all told, about $6.3 million in revenue loss that we are aware of at this time. Next slide. On the expenditure side, we see that we have some savings. We have savings of about $3.4 million in salaries from lapse in turnover. We did overspend our staffing contingency this year. A lot of that was due to additional staffing needed in schools, as well as additional special education staffing needed. Fringe benefit savings are about $1 million. We have a little bit of debt service savings, lease financing savings of about $0.4 million. We're estimating we'll have utility savings of about $6.6 million. And then other expenditure savings that we can project at this time of about $2.7 million. It's very difficult right now to determine where we're going to end up the year. I know that there are still things that are having to be paid every month, but there are things that are not having to be paid every month, and we're not exactly sure where we are on that. We are monitoring that very, very closely, and we will continue to see additional savings there, but this is what we felt comfortable projecting at this time. And then we have about $2.1 million overage in our part-time, temporary, hourly, and substitutes. So overall, we have savings of about $4.7 million. Next slide, please. In summary, we have revenue shortage of about $6.3 million, expenditure savings of about $4.7 million. So overall, a net deficit of about $1.6 million. We have used $3.5 million from the current year's budget to help balance the 21 budget, as we do every year. We have $3.5 million in carry forward in each year's budget. So we are projecting at this moment a year-end deficit at third quarter of $5.1 million. Next slide. Some things that we're doing right now to help us end the year with a positive balance, and that is we are continuing to limit overtime and part-time hourly spending above that that we're paying for our hourly staff, that commitment we made to our hourly staff to continue to pay them until the end of the school year. We are continuing to restrict spending through year end. We expect to see the bulk of our savings, additional savings from that restricted spending. So we're confident that we'll see additional savings there. And we're going to continue the hiring freeze until June 30. Next slide. We do have one recommendation. Typically, when we are in a good year, we have recommendations for expenditures to use some of the funds that are needed for things that are happening in the current year. This year, however, we have a recommendation for not spending something, and that is that we are recommending that the school board forego its contribution to the OPEB trust. We have an annual contribution of about $2.6 million, just a little over $2.6 million. And we are recommending that we not do that contribution this year. And I will stop there for questions on this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. And just to clarify, after this round of questions, we'll have a few more slides, and then there'll be another opportunity for questions on the other slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Colleagues, do you have any questions on the first 8 slides of the presentation? And I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein.
I do. Thank you. Excuse me. So can you go to slide, let's see, I don't know, do they have numbers on them?
Yes, sir.
I can't see the slide number.
Why don't you describe it, Reed, and I
What
can...
does it deal with?
I think it's the summary of the third quarter closeout.
That one? One more, Dwayne. Thank you. That one.
That one. Okay, is that a projection for what the year end will look like?
Yes, that is our projection at this time for year end. So if everything continues the way that it is right now, we would end the year in the red by $5.1 million. But we do anticipate that we will see some additional savings from operations. It's just very difficult to quantify what that looks like at this point, because we're not seeing the normal spending trends that we typically see. So we're not sure how much of what we're seeing that is available right now still needs to pay for bills that are required to be paid versus spending that is not going to happen because schools are not in session.
Okay, and if this is accurate, and this of course is projected as of the end of the third quarter, which is March 31st, but if this is accurate and we're in the red 5.1 or whatever it is, we're in the red, how are we going to pay for that? Is there money in the budget, future budget reserve bucket?
Well, one of the reasons that we're recommending that you don't spend the $2.6 million, or excuse me, contribute the $2.6 million to the OPEB trust fund is so that we can save that $2.6 million and reduce that $5.1 million deficit by that amount. If we were to actually end the entire year in the red, we would then have to come to the school board for reserves to balance that.
And typically that's the future budget reserve, right?
Typically, yes.
And how much is in that?
I do not believe we have anything left in the future budget year's reserve at this time. There's money left in the compensation reserve. There's money in the separation reserve. There's money in the health insurance reserve. There's a little bit in the VRS reserve, and that's it.
Okay. And some of those, of course, are fungible.
They're all fungible. Except for the capital reserve, they're all fungible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Can you go to the slide with the, I think it might be the last one, talks about the mitigation actions we're taking now. Yeah. And the last bullet there, the hiring freeze. Now, typically we need to hire a couple of hundred new teachers every year because of our enrollment growth and also because of attrition through retirement and what have you. How does the hiring freeze affect offering contracts both to new hires and also continuing contracts for the existing staff?
It does not affect any of that because those contracts begin July 1 and are part of the FY21 budget.
Okay, thank you. And can you talk about the OPEB and what the ramifications would be if we don't contribute that 2.6 million?
Sure. We actually did talk to our actuary and determined that with a 1-year hiatus of the contribution, that we would not be adversely affected in any way.
And this is not required by the state?
It is not.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cannon, do you have any questions?
I think Reed covered the questions I was going to ask. I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
I just want to say that Mr. Goldstein asked all the questions that I had. Thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Peterson, I have a couple of questions. Could you explain what the OPEB trust is for us, please?
Sure, absolutely. And I apologize, I did mean to spell out OPEB, and I did not, and I missed that
okay.
in my editing of the PowerPoint. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits, and it is an accounting construct that the Governmental Accounting Standards Board created to show what the liability is that we have for providing benefits beyond employment, so benefits to our retirees, and for us that is health insurance. And it is designed for us to fund those future liabilities so that when those future liabilities come, we have the funding available for them and don't have to tap into our annual budget, because at some point those are going to grow very, very large, and it would be very detrimental to our annual budget if we had to pay for all of our retirees out of the annual budget rather than having this OPEB trust.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. And have we, in your memory, ever had to forego an OPEB trust payment?
That is a very good question. I believe that we have, but I would like to check on that and get back to you.
That would be great, just for a point of context and reference, and to understand if there was when you do that, since you will have to come back to me, could you add a little more detail or context as to whether there was an impact in the year or following years or 7 or 8 years later, however the life of that trust works, the rolling life of the funds of that trust, just so that
Sure.
we are prepared if we have to move in that direction. Thank you. And then I would like to just make sure that I have clarity on the carry forward. On slide 6, we share that we included the 3.5 carry forward in the fiscal year 21 adopted budget. And I know that this is a practice that we have every year. It's a good budget practice. And so I understand that. Is that carry forward something that is already earmarked for something else, or is it that whole reserve of money that when we run out of all reserves and we have nothing else, we know that we have built in at least those $3 million to get us through year end? That's what I remember it being explained when I first started on the board. But if you could provide some clarity around that, it would be really helpful.
So carry forward acts as another revenue source for the annual budget. So we have, state revenue, local revenue, federal revenue, and we've used our reserves.
Right.
But this is a separate kind of a revenue source, because what we do is we take funds that we anticipate that we will have funds left at year end, typically in closeout. Every year we have closeout, and for a lot of years we had very large closeouts, $20, $25, $30 million. So the practice was put in place to anticipate some of those savings and use them to help fund the following year budget. So we have done that for any number of years, more years than I have been here. And that $3.5 million is anticipated as revenue in the FY21 budget. It is part of the entire revenue package, so it's not set aside for any revenue loss. It is just part of the entire budget.
So thank you. That's actually very helpful. So then my last question is, I think I've shared this before, that I have concerns we'll be in a similar budget year next year, if not in worse situation than we were this year. So in that case, would we then use that $3.5 million as a revenue source to support us versus rolling it over? Or I guess we don't know the answer, but is that something that we would consider?
Not sure I fully understand your question, but let me answer what I thought I heard. And that is, we are taking $3.5 million from the FY20, anticipating taking $3.5 million from the FY20 closeout for the FY21 budget. We've already included that $3.5 million in the school board's adopted budget. If the question is, because of the budget situation that we find ourselves in, and the fact that FY21 might be a much more difficult year than FY20, would we then be able to anticipate that we would have $3.5 million extra, because it has to be extra, in our FY21 closeout that we could use in FY22? And the answer to that question is, I don't know at this time.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then I guess I would have a similar question for next budget year, but we would, as you said, this year, we're going to be revisiting our budget much more often throughout the following year. And that kind of answer will be determined as we move through a unique budget year process. So that was really helpful, Ms. Peterson. Thank you for providing those answers and that clarity and for following up on that one question. I think I have a couple of other colleagues who have additional questions, so I'm going to do a round two. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any additional questions? Mr. Goldstein?
No,
Okay.
not at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kennan, do you have any additional questions?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. This may not be as much of a question as sort of a statement. I guess it's a bit of a question to confirm. So obviously, our struggle this year is the fact that our economy is not in very good shape. Our revenues are low. We've had some expenses we didn't expect. Our operations are different. But a big part of it is we're continuing to pay everyone. And that was a value-driven decision on our part. We have people, and I guess this is a little bit of the question maybe, is we do have people in our school system who, a number of people who are continuing to work, our teachers, our central office staff, a lot of our employees are continuing to work. We have some who can't do their jobs because their jobs are part of, the in-person operating of schools, but we're paying them. And of course, that also means that they're going to stay around and they'll be back when we open again. But I think it's an important point for us to emphasize for our community. This is how we keep an economy going. It's important for Arlington. It's important for staff morale. So it's what we have chosen to do. I don't know if all school districts have been able to do it, but I do think it's an important point to remind ourselves of, that the reason we're in a tough situation is because we are supporting our staff and our community and our community's economy at this very difficult time.
That's correct. And I will say that if that decision had not been made, then the loss of the extended day, for example, the extended day revenue, wouldn't be such a burden because we wouldn't be paying those employees as well. So that $5.1 million you see would be significantly reduced if we hadn't made that decision, which I firmly stand behind. But we do have to then be careful with how we're spending our money now.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan, and thank you for sharing that. I think we all agree that is a value that we have stood behind here at APS. Ms. Van Doren?
Thank you. I have two questions. One, Ms. Peterson, can you go back to the slide that lists the various accounts before the final summary? Not the final summary page, but the one before that. Okay, so I have a question, and we don't have to answer it now, but the staffing contingency and part-time temp, hourly, and substitutes, those are not expenditures that we went over during this period of time when we were when the schools have been closed. Those are overages that we incurred while schools in session prior to the closing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Most
I
of
just
it,
want to be,
yes.
yeah, I just want to be really clear about that because that's 3.5 million of the 5.1 that has nothing to do with the budgeting for all of the other areas and our continuation of paying our staff. So I just want to be clear that this is a year in which, for whatever reason, even if we hadn't had COVID, we're over in two budget categories that we would have to be finding a way to make up for, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so and maybe we really need to make sure to look at that and make sure that that doesn't repeat. I'm sure you're looking at that. But I'm just pointing it out for people because we can't blame everything on the pandemic. That had something to do with some kind of budgeting and use of staffing for this year, during this year. The other comment or question, you don't happen to have a slide that shows our reserve categories, do you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay, so Mr. Goldstein made the comment that the reserve categories are fungible. And for us lay people, that means that we can move the money around and use money in from those reserves. And we have something like 9 different reserve categories. They're not big, but we have reserve categories, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can use money from one of those categories to balance the budget, which by law we must do at the end of the year, right?
Yes.
This is not for you, this is for our citizens. That we don't have a choice. We can't just end the year in the red.
That is
we have
correct.
to balance the budget. That's a law. So we're going to have to, whatever that number is in the end, we're going to have to take it from somewhere. I was a bit surprised to hear we have no money in the future budget year reserves. Is that money that is simply not allocated? Well, it's hard to do without the categories.
I will update the PowerPoint to include a reserves slide, and I will send that under separate cover so you know where we are.
Okay, because I'd be curious about that. And the other clarification I want to make is we can't use the dollars in the capital reserve that is bond funded unused dollars, but any dollars that we've put into the capital reserve that had come from operating funds, we can use those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think making a distinction and breaking out that capital reserve amount is also important, because if this is where we are, and I, like Ms. Talento, think this is not potentially going to be a one-year thing, to know where we have wiggle room to help us, I think that's good to know. And I'll just add, I really appreciate Dr. Cannon's point, because Ms. Johnson, all of us, we determined that it was very important to support our staff and continuing our staff. And I know that everybody has been working who could possibly be working, and I want to encourage us to continue to do that in every way possible. So I just wanted to thank you, but I do want to get that breakout on the reserve category so it can be in our brain for the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Talento, for the second round.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions in this round?
No, I appreciate the questions asked by my colleague.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson, when you provide us that reserve breakout, can you, I think you are going to do this, but just want to reemphasize, can you make sure that the capital reserves, whatever money is in there that is not bond funded, is explicitly shared? And I don't know how long that takes. I don't know if you have to go back a few years and do some research. So if you need some time, just let us know. But that'd be helpful, because, I want to just share with my colleagues that at this point, I would consider making a motion or having a discussion about fully moving all non-bonded monies from our capital reserve to another reserve, or trying to understand what that is. So because this question keeps coming up during these very difficult budget times, and understanding if some of that's earmarked, because I know it was in our last CIP, and the CIP that we're going to hear later is a 1 year, but I think we just need to understand what that is, especially as we move to adopt our 1 year CIP and as we prepare for a 3 to 6 year interim CIP and then a longer term CIP. So I just want to share that with my colleagues, that that's something I'd like to have a discussion with, about trying to figure out if that's money that we actually separate out so that we don't continue to have the question. And we know that everything in capital reserves is strictly bond-funded money that can only be used for capital reserves. I think it's time we consider that. So thank you, Ms. Peterson. I know that you have continuing slides on the second part of this presentation, so I will ask you to continue.
Thank you. The second part of this presentation is on the capital improvement portion, and as you can see here, we have two separate pieces of that. One is our major construction projects, totaling $421 million this year, and our minor construction major maintenance, or MCMM, projects. Next slide. Our major construction projects are listed here. We have several. I want to draw your attention to the projects that have an asterisk next to them. Those projects, their budgets from the last time I reported on this have decreased because we transferred savings that we had from those projects into the capital reserve. So we did provide savings from those. The budget on the fleet project increased by $500,000 for the accessibility improvements. And the SIFAX office space shows a slight deficit right now. That will be eradicated once the purchase order that we have currently encumbered is closed out and the balance is put back into the project, and it will no longer have a deficit. It will have a positive balance. Next slide. Under our MCMM, we had 171 projects through March, of which 74% have been completed. We expect the majority of the rest of them to be finished by the end of the fiscal year. And those that can't be finished by the end of the fiscal year are going to be finished by September of 2020. And our reserve in the MCMM is currently $500,000. I think that's it. Questions on this portion of the presentation?
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Mr. Goldstein, we'll start with you again. Do you have any questions on this part of the presentation?
Yes, thank you. You go back to that slide with all of the projects listed, the multiple rows. Thank you. So can you help me understand or crosswalk for me the relationship between this slide, what this slide is showing, and the major infrastructure projects that is part of the CIP that we're talking about now?
Sure. If you look at the second line that starts with an H, so HVAC, roofing, infrastructure line, those are our major infrastructure projects. Those are the ones that are bond funded, and they are part of our major construction report here.
Okay, so they're bond funded major construction projects, but not specifically related to an identified school or even project. Is that right?
No, they're identified by school. If you look at the detailed report that is included in board docs, you will see that all of the individual schools and the individual projects for those schools are delineated under each of the areas, either HVAC, roofing, or infrastructure.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Dr. Kennan, do you have any questions on this section?
No, thank you.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions on this section?
None on this section, thank you.
Okay. Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions on this section?
Yes, Ms. Peterson, can you tell us in general what our MCMM reserve usually is at this point in previous years?
MCMM reserve typically is around this amount. It can vary anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million, depending on the time of the year. 0.5 million is pretty typical.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Ms. Peterson, I have a question on slide 11, and it's regarding the Heights building. I noted that expenditures and commitments are 101.4 million, and we have a balance of 5.2 million. And I just need a refresher because I thought that and I could be confusing another project, but I thought that we had to add some funding to that budget. I'm just curious, is the 5.2 million, because that project is, my understanding it's completed. So I think I need just an update. Is a project completed and that's what we have left, which makes sense because we had put 5 million aside for garage. So that'd be like, oh, that all aligns. Or is that the 5 million that we're still doing punch lists and closeout on that project and the change order finalization process that Mr. Chadwick's always discussed. So if we could just get an update on that, especially since we are considering or there's a point of discussion on the garage and field for the Heights.
Sure. The Heights building project, the total budget is 106.6 million. That was 100 million prior to the board providing $5.6 million from the capital reserve for that project to help it come to its conclusion. Please remember that this is as of March 31st. And so therefore we have had 2 months of expenditures since March 31st that have not been accounted for in these numbers. So we still have expenditures that we have to pay to the contractor. And we do hold back funding to the contractor because they haven't completely finished the job. We have to go through the punch list. We have to finish all of the other little things that, you do 90% of the project and the other 10% takes 90% of the time. It's a long process, and eventually it will be closed out. And if we have some good luck, we might end up with not having spent all of that $5.2 million that's left. But right now that is in process.
Thank you. That's really helpful. That's what I was thinking might be the case, but I just wanted to get clarification. And then so when we'll get another update on this at our closeout, which usually comes in December.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson. And I believe Ms. O'Grady has one more question before we move on.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Peterson. I wanted to know, do you know if we're seeing any savings in terms of the cost for some of this work since our schools are not being currently occupied now, or are we seeing the cost increase? Just wanted to get a feel for that.
We haven't bid any projects since the downturn, so we haven't been able to identify whether or not projects are going to be costing less or costing more in this environment. The projects that we have underway already are under contract, so we are obligated to pay what that contract was signed for. But as soon as we have some information on that, if we go out to bid on a new project and we come in lower than we expected, then we will let you know.
And as a follow-up, are the projects running ahead of schedule, or are they running on time? Do you know?
I'm just the finance person. I have to turn to Mr. Chadwick on that one.
Okay, no worries.
Everybody. The READ project is running on time. It's on schedule. As you know, we are delivering the addition to the Ham Middle School late, but that will be finished in time for the start of school in the fall when the capacity of that school, enrollment of that school is expected to increase. The other projects are on time. So yes, we're doing fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So I know we have 2 more slides, so I'll turn it back over to you. Oh, actually, that's done.
Nope,
Sorry.
done.
We're done.
We're done.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong slide. Thank you.
That's okay.
All right, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, colleagues, for the good questions. We're going to move to our next monitoring item. And as Board Liaison to the Advisory Council on Teaching and Learning, Dr. Cannon will introduce our next update, the ACTL Annual Report. Dr. Cannon.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. So yes, I've had the privilege of being the liaison this year to the Advisory Council on Instruction. So the first thing I want to share is that they are transitioning to their new name, which is the Advisory Council on Teaching and Learning, ACTL. I'd like to welcome the co-chairs, Dana Milburn and Rebecca Hunter, and they have been ably assisted all year by I think a group of staff liaisons, if I recall correctly, for this year. We had Bridget Loft, of course, Sarah Putnam, and I think also Ty Bird has been working as a staff liaison a bit this year. It was a great year, albeit cut a bit short, as so much has changed. And I know we're going to hear a little bit about that as we go into their presentation, but want to thank them very much for their work. Thank the entire council, who ACI, ACTL are made up of members from all of our schools across Arlington Public Schools. So they have a really vibrant and deeply engaged and informed committee that they work with. And they've done really great work. Looking forward to hearing from them. And I think I will turn it over to Dana Milburn.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And thank you for everything this year, all of your help this year. Good evening to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity to share a bit of an overview of our year. As everybody knows, this has been an unusual year, and our report reflects that as well. We have shown you both in this report what we planned to do and what we've been able to do given the closures, and as well what we've added in terms of things like distance learning. So our slides are a bit more thorough than at least last year when I was involved, but hopefully helpful. First, could I have the next slide? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. First, thank you all for your heartfelt and extremely important individual comments. Ms. O'Grady, Ms. Talento, Mr. Goldstein, Dr. Cannon, Ms. Van Doren, and Dr. Duran. We couldn't agree more. All of ACTL shares your sentiment and very much appreciate it. Some of the priorities you'll see in coming slides reflect similar sentiments as well. So let me just go through. These were the priorities that and new initiatives that Rebecca and I identified that we would like to either continue or add this year. So we redesigned the vice chair's roles. Actually, Rebecca was key in that, in bringing back a way in which vice chairs worked with committees in past years. And all 5 of our vice chairs have been very valuable. We continued to increase and emphasize our emphasis on recruiting volunteers. We designed a flyer last spring and PTA newsletter ads to recruit more actively. We worked more closely, one might say more persistently, with PTAs and other organizations. We have some new organizations sending us representatives to. NAACP is sending us a representative for the first time in a while, for instance. We replaced committee members. The committees were all able to add more members. Some of them needed them pretty badly. And we worked, but would like to continue the work to broaden the equity in representatives and committee members. That is a work in progress, and we would like for it to continue and to reach out for more help with that. DTL has Bridget and DTL have kindly offered us translations of our materials, and they have already translated our committee application, which is fantastic. because it was just revised a few days ago. We have continued emphasis on outreach between our members and PTAs to create a greater connection, emphasizing school representatives' roles in connecting the PTA and school community and bringing back their feedback as well. We expanded that with a full feedback session. And we in fact designed a co-chair, we and the vice chairs designed a discussion guide for having the conversation back at PTA meetings. We continue to emphasize coordination with other groups, with BAC, FAC, and CCPTA, and we're very open to others as well. I'm sorry, BAC, Budget Advisory Committee, FAC, Facilities Advisory Committee, and the County Council of PTAs. We also initiated something that we felt would be very helpful, and our feedback has been that it has been 3 meetings a year of all of the committee chairs to talk about ways to collaborate, to talk about the templates they use for their reports, for their deadlines, things like that, to really come up with a synergy that helps those committees in their work and helps us connect them more closely to the ACTL membership. I think Rebecca's doing the next slide. Could we have the next slide?
Yeah, thank you so much. So just to continue some of the initiatives and work that we emphasized this year when we were still meeting, we also added this year, based on some survey feedback from our committees and our members, a committee forum. And that really allowed our ACTL members to learn more about the individual committees, the work that they do, and again, how important and synergistic the committees are with the overall ACTL. The feedback, we also, in a lot of cases, we reached out to our committees and ACTL as a whole in order to get different opportunities for engagement or learning or sessions that they thought would be important to take back to their communities and or work that might impact some of the committee work in the individual content areas. So some of those were the mental health and equity and excellence, that we had presentations that were supported by DTL and other staff within APS. We did a bullying prevention, and we did a lot of policy reviews this year as well. Another thing that we did, this is the first year we have added Equity and Excellence Committee under ACTL, so it is a joint now with the Superintendent's Committee. They're also part of ACTL, and that has been a tremendous addition. ACTL also participated in the superintendent search and feedback sessions, and we are now still and working continually on making sure that the advisory committee application, as Dana mentioned, is really more user-friendly, is really more open to being inclusive, and hopefully to bring more diversity into ACTL and our committees. And then lastly, again, ongoing, we've been looking at a lot of policies that have been under review this year with the school board, and ACTL has been instrumental, I think, in providing a lot of good feedback from their PTA or community organization committees, as well as, again, the individual content areas that may have been applicable. Next slide. So this is a quick overview of the meetings that we did have. And we do have recommending reports for half of our committees and non-recommending reports or status reports for the other half of our committees. And so those are listed here. We were able to provide an executive summary from all of our committees at the school board working session in January, which was incredibly helpful and informative, I think, to all of our committees, not just the ones that were able to actually participate with the recommending report committees, but the ability to share and get feedback from the school board on the committee's work was it's always appreciated, and it's always one of the things the committee chairs and the committees really seek out and search for. So we appreciate the fact that we were able to do that at the school board working session. So next slide.
So this is our list of fall topics. You'll notice the asterisks on some of them. Those are pieces of programming or work that were chosen directly as a result of our members' input and priorities, the school board's input and APS input or APS priorities, or both in many cases. We started with ACI 101, and we want to thank you again, the school board and Ms. Johnson, for your kind presence and support. You really kicked our year off beautifully with your kind, welcoming speeches and your individual conversations with members during the reception. So thank you very much for that. Our second meeting was the Student Mental Health Awareness Panel, and that included a discussion of bullying and the bullying policy that was under review. And that was just incredible. I hope you're proud of APS staff for many reasons, of course, but for this one as well. We were thrilled and impressed with the student services professionals who came and spoke with us, the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Family professionals and volunteers who spoke with us, and a couple of community volunteers as well. It was really this was something. Also, the parent office as well. We were just thrilled and grateful for all of the input, and a lot of members told us that they thought that was probably going to be the highlight of their year. So thanks to everyone who contributed to that. Thanks to Sarah Putnam, who put together quite a bit of it for us in her role as interim liaison at that time. Thanks to Tanya Talento and Reed Goldstein, who introduced and kicked it off, which was really a wonderful way to show that this really is a school board priority too. So I took a long time to describe that, but that was an important one to us. The advisory committee forum that Rebecca talked about, an opportunity to really connect the two sides of ACI and help them begin to work together even more synergistically. Equity and excellence. We were again thrilled and grateful. Sarah Putnam brought us Ms. Jackson and several of her staff members. Ms. Jackson and her staff members gave us an excellent presentation. It was really, really helpful in a theme that, of course, you've identified and we had identified among our members as well. And then we had committee reports, some of our committee reports. So then next slide, please. So while APS is working on extremely important issues and transitions, ACTL wished to be as helpful as possible in our advisory capacity. So these constructive updates or inputs come, of course, within the context of our collective and very genuine appreciation for all that APS staff does, APS wonderful staff, and of course, school board. So this all comes within the context of our thanks. And I'll invite Rebecca to chime in whenever, anywhere she'd wish, as I outline our main points. So from feedback, this year, and also this reflects previous years as well, we identified 3 overarching and interlocking themes, as you see here: consistency and accountability across all schools, curricula, and programs, including support for knowledge and material or whatever other elements needed for success at any given school or in any given program or curriculum, so that kids at one school in one part of the county have an equally wonderful experience to that of kids at another school. Then there's equity, which ties into that, again, is overlapping and interlocking. 1 year of growth at least for every child everywhere. And we are so thrilled to see this this emphasis by everybody in APS. And evidence-based instruction, data-driven, and implemented with fidelity. And one of the examples one of our members used is actually the next line, teaching reading. There are, according to our members, there are pieces of evidence that show that some reading programs work better than others. So you'll see that there were some other elements of feedback there too from members. These were some of the ones that were echoed by other members. And the advisory committees have a strong and unanimous preference for a late spring work session. Thank you so much, Ms. O'Grady, for tentatively putting that into your calendar, and we hope it remains there. Access to data and helpful information is something that our committees are always looking for and appreciating. And they are very happy when they're able to engage in some way or another, if it's by email from you or whatever. They love to hear when you feel that they're on the right track. So they wanted to reinforce that they love that from you, and thank you. And next slide, and Rebecca.
Take me off mute here, sorry. So these were some of the topics. We didn't necessarily, again, this was some of the ones that we were interrupted on, but just to share with you some of the things that, again, our committees really look at from an instructional perspective and how they impact it, from the IPP budget, the one-to-one study update, and obviously the CIP, and some of the reports that unfortunately were not able to be presented to our, full committee as a result of the change in school situation. So next slide. And again, this is it's more along that line. You can see kind of the work that we had planned in March, April, May, and June. It was relatively substantial. We had a lot of work planned, and our committees are still very hard at work, and we do have one final ACTL meeting next week. That's the year-end wrap-up, and starting to plan for next year. So we are hoping to get these reports still in, or updated executive summaries, and provide those to the school board by the end of the month. Next slide.
So these are the things that were added due to the closures and the COVID-19 situation. So we were grateful to be included in discussions of distance learning. We thank DTL for including us and having lots of communication with us on that. We stopped all non-essential work, so some of it will not get picked back up. There are some topics, for instance, in those lists of meeting topics that you just saw that won't happen this year, and hopefully will be planned for next year. We'll receive final recommendations and non-recommending reports, and we have invited our members to make to add low-cost and no-cost ideas if they wish. That might include, for instance, information sharing across schools. What is really working, for instance, on building a resilient community here, and what might be repeated there. As Rebecca said, we're having final meetings, and our final report will come later this month, reflecting all of the work that's still ongoing, including the reports that are still to come in, and we look forward to sending you that. Next slide, please. And Rebecca?
Yes, thank you. So looking forward to next year, and actually, work over the summer. So clearly, like as Dana mentioned, a lot of our focus has been trying to support the school board and DTL wherever we can on the continuous learning plans. And we have been very fortunate, and we're appreciative of ACTL being included in the task force, the upcoming task force by Dr. Duran and the school board and DTL. So we are looking forward, to continuing to contribute from an instructional perspective with the deep knowledge of our committees, and again, the reach that we have from all the schools being represented in community organizations. What we're looking at now, is really making sure that as we hear from you, from the school board, and from DTL, what will things look like, that we know that we have to be flexible. We have to be creative. We have to make sure that we've got multiple engagement models so that ACTL, under whatever circumstance we find ourselves in the end of August and September, that we can continue to do the very important work that we've always done. And, really, we think, again, that the ability to focus on how we're going to deliver instruction and new content, ACTL is also, right there, very focused on those things as well. And then Dana mentioned earlier an ongoing effort in recruitment, and in particular, a focus on diversity in our recruitment. So we're continuing, even as we speak, to make sure that we are reaching every school community organization that we can. We know that we'll be engaging committees and possibly ACTL over the summer as things evolve. And we really want as broad and a representation of our community to represent our community as we can. So that is definitely a day in and day out effort, and we plan to continue that into next year. So basically, it's just looking forward to kind of walking through this with, the APS staff and school board, as we figure out what it's going to be, and we're very much committed to, supporting the efforts that you guys are all undertaking, with the continuous learning plan. So thank you. So next slide.
So we'd like to thank all of our members, all of ACTL's representatives from schools and organizations across Arlington, ACTL's vice chairs, who were terrific, Kevin Desvoulian, Natalie Goldring, Laura Logerfo, Nina Nichols, and Ryoko Reed. Also, all of ACTL's advisory committees and their chairs, again in alphabetical order in this case by committee, Ann Zebra, Nadia Facey, Susan Scott, Elisa Cowan and David Remick, Meredith Jekyll, Chloe Chin, Ipiana Spencer and Tyrone Sims, Dan Corcoran and Alan Arnold, Amy Smith Beaumont and Ron Fexo, Jason Pepacosma, Ann Paris, Kirsten Pickle and Judy Haddon, and Rick Jackson and Adrienne McQuillan. We also want to thank ACT's past co-chair, Meredith Purple, for passing the torch with ACI, as it was called at that point, in great condition, and for her kind availability if she was needed. Next slide, please. We also want to thank our APS school board and staff liaisons. First, Dr. Barbara Cannonen, school board member and ACTL board liaison. We're grateful for all of her help and advice over the course of these last 2 years. Bridget Loft, assistant superintendent for DTL, and our leadership staff liaison once she was on board. And we are very excited and happy that she's here. We have really enjoyed working with her already and appreciate all of her help. Sarah Putnam, who stepped in as our DTL liaison for quite some time and is brilliant, helpful, kind, and all that we could have wished for in an interim liaison. Same for Ty Bird, who kindly stepped in and was just lovely and very helpful, and we really appreciate it. Rosa Ewell, who is just one of the loveliest people around and has always been helpful to us. And then ACTL's advisory committee staff, again in alphabetical order of their committees. Sam Klein, Kelly Krug and Heather Rothenbuscher, Pam Farrell, Chris Martini, Elaine Perkins, Lori Silver, Carolyn Jackson, Cheryl McCullough, sorry about that, Cheryl, Shannon Ellis, Dot Lee, Carrie Hirsch, Laura Newton, Wendy Correa, and Pam McClellan, and Elizabeth Harrington. Our thanks to all of them. Next slide, please.
So the next two slides are updates of recommendations that have been provided by our committees in the previous year. I won't go through all of them, but we do like to include them so that there's a kind of a refresher on some of the past work they've done, and then a lot of it is also in the current status, like the ongoing work by staff or the school board in order to consider the recommendations and implement them. So this slide and the next slide, for when you have time, we wanted to include this for your review. So next slide. And next slide.
Okay, and our thanks to DTL for kindly providing those updates that you just saw, and that we invite you to look at more closely if you wish. Now, our thanks to all of you. All of us would like to thank all of you and APS staff. We would like to thank Chair Talento and the whole school board, beginning with our liaison, Barbara, members Rita, Monique, and Nancy, who was ACI's last liaison when it was ACI. We'd like to welcome Dr. Francisco Duran. We're excited and looking forward to his tenure. We'd like to thank Cynthia Johnson, who has been a wonderful interim superintendent during our year, and all of the staff members that we thanked just a moment ago, plus Melanie Elliott, the school board clerk, who is always just a dream to work with and right on top of everything, and we really appreciate being able to come into a meeting like this and know that. And on a personal note, I'll be rotating off as co-chair, and would like to say it's been a pleasure and a privilege to serve. And I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity. And unless, I'm sorry, go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, no, I just wanted to take the opportunity. I was gonna say that, Dana. That really to thank Dana. She has served for 2 years in the role of the co-chair, and so she is rolling off. But her 2 years of dedication, and really a lot longer than that, to instruction in APS is her dedication, her outreach, her leadership. So I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you from all of the ACTL and all the committees that you have been so impactful to, for your entire time. And I know that you aren't going probably far, and we'll be seeing more of you. So sincerely appreciate all your efforts. So thank you.
Rebecca, thank you for your very kind words, and thank you for your own dedication, which goes back a number of years. Back to being an ACI co-chair, in fact, 7 years ago, and all of the many things you've done. I know ACTL will be in wonderful hands, in your hands. Thank you so much. And with that, I think we want to turn things over to, is it Bridget or Barbara at this point? With our thanks, of course.
I'm going to actually ask Ms. Loft, are there any comments you would like to share?
So first I want to thank Dana and Rebecca for helming formerly ACI, now ACTL, as I lovingly call it, ACTL, through a really unusual year. I think they've demonstrated true commitment to bettering the services that DTL provides to our students and to our parents, and we have really benefited from their leadership. So thank you for that. I also want to thank our vice chairs, our committee chairs, and our school and organization reps. Every time I attend an ACTL meeting, I walk away marveling at how fortunate we are that we have such committed parents and community members. It really does take a village to educate our children, and ACTL demonstrates that on the regular. And finally, I do want to give a shout out to a few of my colleagues, Sarah Putnam, Ty Bird, and Rosa Ewell, who have been just so generous in showing me the ropes as far as what it means to be a staff liaison to ACTL. So I just want to say thank you, and I'll turn it back over to you, Tanya.
Thank you, Ms. Loft, and I just want to thank Dana and Rebecca for being with us this evening and providing your annual, previously known as ACI and now ACTL report. We are so, as Ms. Loft shared, very lucky to have such extraordinary community members who step up to lead our committees and engage our parents and produce the amazing recommendation reports that we get every year. And this goes to you, but also to your committee chairs. It's really impressive, the reports that we get, the work that they do, and to all of the members who are part of the council that review those reports and vote on them. It is a wonderful process, and I just want to acknowledge the time that you all invest in this and to say thank you on behalf of the board and APS. We do generally see if there are any comments or questions from the colleagues, so I'm going to turn it over to them, see if there are any comments or questions for you all. I would like to start with Dr. Cannonen, who is the liaison. Do you have any comments or questions for the co-chairs of ACTL on their annual report?
I just wanted to say what several already said, to thank Dana Milburn very much for the 2 years she's put in as co-chair, and as has already been pointed out, many, many years of advocacy and engagement and really being involved and working for our schools. It's been a tremendous 2 years for me to be the liaison to this committee. Not supposed to have favorites, but ACTL is one of the best for sure. I mean, it's what we're all here for. It's about working with our students, and the entire council and all the advisory committees it really is tremendous. All the folks that come forward to do this work, and you guys, were the stewards of the whole thing. So you did a great work. Rebecca, we're looking forward to seeing you again next year. And again, Dana, really, really great work. And as has already been said, we know we'll be seeing you around for sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And Ms. Van Doren, do you have any comments or questions?
Good evening. It's nice to see both Dana and Rebecca. I've spent so much of my life in that committee that it's nice to see you all at the helm, and I've obviously been following your work this year, however truncated it was. So thank you. And I know that we had to put everybody on hiatus for a little while we figured out how committees meet like this, but you got the work done. Thank you. I just want to say thank you. The only thing I'll say, and maybe I'm just old and inflexible, but I really hope you don't call this group ACTL. It sounds terrible, and no one's going to know what it is, and we have a hard enough time recruiting. And if we don't call it the Committee on Teaching and Learning or the Committee on Instruction, I think people aren't going to know what it is, and it's going to be yet another of those acronyms that disassociates us from people. So sorry, I'm not fond of that, and I would love if you have to just call it Teaching and Learning, Committee on Teaching and Learning, it's part of it anyway, and I'd rather it be a warm, understandable name that people are drawn to. So that's just some feedback from you. It's the first time I've heard people beginning to embrace that acronym, and it's grating on me a little bit. Sorry. So some feedback for you, because you guys are all so wonderful and the group is so wonderful. I'd like everybody to want to run and be part of your group. Okay, thank you. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren, for your comments. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive presentation from both of you. And it's, as my colleague said, it is nice to see both of you. And thank you so much for this really important work that both of you have done, all of you in the leadership and all of the committees and the members and the staff. And I think as Barbara said, I mean, this is really why we're all here, is instruction. And so you and the committee, play such an important role in the connection between the APS's most important mission, which is instruction, and the community, and their gratefully generous involvement in it. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. O'Grady?
Ladies, I want to thank you so much for all your hard work leading our community to let us know the importance of academic instruction in so many different categories. I know I started my early APS activism in Early Childhood Advisory Committee, and it's just so important. And I want to also thank you very much for putting such an emphasis on equity and excellence this year, and for the hard work that you guys are putting in to reach out to make sure that this body actually represents our community so well, and appreciate the work done by staff to translate applications so people can be able to better access what the opportunities are. This is important work. And so, in addition to thanking you and all the members of the team that actually moved forward and helped us this year, I want to put a shout out to say, if you want to get involved in APS, this is a great place to do it. You're all here because we're all here because we want to educate students, and this is a great way to. You can find your passion in any one of these so many different committees. So I would encourage folks to put applications in, to get involved and learn more about how we instruct our students. So thank you guys, and I hope we'll see a lot of people who want to join. Thanks.
Thank you, Monique.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And I will just add that all ACTL meetings and subcommittee meetings are public meetings. They're open to the public. So if you're not sure if you want to commit, just please come stop by or join one virtually and check it out. I think many of us got started with joining a subcommittee, and it's a really, really neat thing to do. I think you have 14 subcommittees now. Is that correct?
13.
13 subcommittees. And then the council, and they're different. So, and you can join the council by volunteering at your PTA to represent your school at the council, or if you belong to any community or county organization and you're not on the council. We've had, I think, fire department in the past, or it was like some fire, was it a fire department? There was something, but you don't have to be necessarily school related, just a community member who's invested in instruction and is representing the county, and we value all voices. So just keep that in mind. I wanted to just add that plug in there as well. Add to what Ms. O'Grady was saying, because we are hoping to adopt appointments at June 25th meeting for all committees. Okay, so, and Dr. Duran, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the very comprehensive, first of all, thank you for the welcome. And I look forward to working with you in this as a part of this committee, or just as a part of APS. Really appreciate it, very enlightening, the forward thinking, the thoughtfulness, and the real focus on how that we all can collectively support our teachers and making sure that what we're doing is aligned to what's happening in the classroom. I often say all of the work we do and all the decisions we make at this board table or here in SciFax mean nothing without making sure that it's having an impact on what's going on in the classroom. Where the real learning happens, where the real successes happens for our students is in the classroom. And so I want to thank you for that and look forward to learning more and partnering with you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Duran.
Dr. Duran.
So Dana and Rebecca, thank you again for the presentation, and thank you for your work as leaders of the ACTL. We really appreciate the many hours that you have spent helping us ensure that our students, as has been mentioned, are supported and successful. Dana, we wish you all the best in your next volunteer ventures, which I know will be many and great. Thank you for all that you've done. And Rebecca, we look forward to working with you next year as one of our ACTL co-chairs.
Thank you so much.
All right, have a great evening, and thank you for being with us
Thank
tonight.
you, Tanya.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Our last monitoring item tonight is the internal audit annual report. And Ms. O'Grady is the chair of the internal audit committee. So I will ask her to introduce the presentation, but I will share that our auditor is here with us in person tonight. And so just so that you know, that you all know that he is attending in person tonight due to some technical difficulties. So we're excited to have him in the boardroom, but I will turn it over to Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Chair Talento, and I would like to welcome the Director of our Internal Audit, Mr. John Mickelweiss. He has been working all school year long to bring us a very comprehensive and detailed audit report. I just want to give you a little bit of background. Mr. Mickelweiss first came to us for information to present his preliminary plan for the audit report on October the 3rd. We heard that. We had availability to hear from our community at that time, and then it came back for action on October 17th. Also, again, with the opportunity to hear community feedback. We adopted the plan, and then members of the audit committee, Ms. Talento, myself, Ms. Johnson, Dr. Jeanette Allen, with the help and support of Leslie Peterson, worked through and through the audit report process, and I think you'll be happy to hear the detailed findings and information that Mr. Mickelweiss will be presenting to us. And in addition to that, I know he has the title of the Director of Internal Audit, but Mr. Mickelweiss also volunteers in our community and has been one of the volunteers at APS helping to give out food to families several days a week. So I want to thank him for that as well. And with that, Mr. Mickelweiss, happy to turn to you.
Okay, thank you, Audit Chair O'Grady, Chair Talento, APS board members, Superintendent Duran, members of the executive leadership team, APS staff, and members and friends of the Arlington community. I'm here to present the annual audit report. I want to give a brief overview of how internal audit is set up at APS, then go over some of the fiscal year 20 audits that were completed. At APS, audit is there to provide operational, financial, and compliance audit services to APS through the audit committee to the board and working with the executive leadership team and other directors and managers throughout APS. As such, the director can function as an advisor and a resource to school leadership and the school board. And as Audit Chair O'Grady explained, the annual plan is supervised by the audit committee with input from the executive leadership team and approved by the school board each year. This year, we focused on looking at potential efficiencies, cost savings, and revenue opportunities, including overtime. We evaluated employee expense reimbursement controls and compliance with approved policies. Plus, we looked to start to assess the level of compliance with each of the English learner settlement agreement requirements. First, in the case of overtime, last fiscal year, in fiscal year 19, APS had incurred $2.7 million overtime, and we worked with the leadership team to kind of analyze what are the root causes of the overtime and what are the processes used to track and approve the overtime. Most of the overtime occurs in three areas: maintenance, plant operations, and transportation. In the case of maintenance, we saw that in fiscal year 19, the overtime of $308,000 was less than in prior years, but still above the amount that gets budgeted. And since most of the staff in that department are full-time, most of the overtime is at the premium 1.5 times hour rate. And it's typically overtime gets used to staff weekend, on-call, and seasonal and maintenance hours. And so we tried to look to see if there are any ways that more tasks could be done at regular time so that these funds could be more effective, can be used more effectively. The management response noted that most of the heating and air conditioning things, electrical and plumbing, occurs on the weekend. And they know that at least a few of the M-scale employees already have a regular schedule that includes 1 or 2 weekend days, which helps to reduce overall overtime. And an agreement was made that going forward, as any open positions are filled, that they'll collaborate with HR to try to recruit people that could also work on Saturday and Sunday in an effort to try to limit the amount of overtime, assuming there aren't needs during the week, which then could cause these people to have to work more than 40 hours that particular week. In the case of plant operations, which are primarily the custodians at each of the buildings and the schools, The actual overtime of $285,000 was consistent with prior years. Like maintenance, as most of the staff is full-time, that means APS pays 1.5 times for each of those extra hours. And again, the overtime kind of fills the gap when there's absent custodians and they're not covered by regular relief custodian hours, primarily at the elementary schools. Again, we try to see where could we do more work done at regular rate so we could use funds more effectively. Management had been looking to address this issue through implementation of an apprentice program and through hiring additional relief custodians. It was part of the original budget, and it was intended to use the funds more effectively using the funds that previously been allocated for overtime. Unfortunately, that didn't occur in the fiscal year proposed budget. Plant operations is going to be working more aggressively to limit the amount of overtime by declining requests for custodians at elementary schools, but while recognizing that when in some of the elementary schools they have as few as 4 custodians, it's sometimes difficult to do that while still maintaining the cleanliness and standards which are necessary to maintain. In the case of transportation, out of a total budget of $1.2 million, $300,000 of that was at the premium rate. So we kind of looked at primarily what could we do to reduce the amount that's being spent at the premium rate. And again, overtime's been used to fill the gap between hours not covered by scheduled staff. And potentially we thought we could reduce costs by $100,000. Potentially, if of that $300,000, you could do more of the work at regular rate. The management response included kind of a multi-tiered approach, looking at hiring some floater drivers to allow more effective management where some work could be done at regular time and provide improved services to our students. These were included but not in the approved budget for fiscal year 21, but I believe they're going to be proposed again as we start the fiscal year 22 budget process. Additional things that transportation did this year, they started in fiscal year 20 to assign overtime in order of seniority, so there's more people available to work the overtime. And it provided a more equitable distribution and hopefully reduce the hours that are performed at 1.5 times the standard rate. And it's hopefully that this control will reduce the amount of overtime performed at the higher rate in fiscal year 21. In the case of employee expense reimbursements, we're looking at controls and APS policies over all types of employee payments. A lot of the payments are done via purchasing cards. They're billed automatically to APS. Many of the items are reimbursements for allowable items that are paid to the employee after the fact when they submit the necessary documentation. In some cases, payments are made for approved tuition scholarships. We looked at payments over the period July of 2018 through November of 2019. And over that period, there were like 5,800 check payments to over 1,500 employees, totaling $1.6 million. And plus there were over 16,000 purchasing card transactions initiated by over 300 employees that totaled $2.9 million. That covered the December of 2018 through September 2019 billing cycles. From that pool of transactions, we looked at sample transactions, primarily the larger dollar transactions, or from the people who use it the most, to kind of identify, is there a school business purpose? What are the receipts? Are we in compliance with policy? And the result was that all audit objectives were fulfilled. We concluded that APS has an effective system of controls that assist in managing expense reimbursements and that payments are made in accordance with the policy guidelines. In the case of the DOJ settlement agreement, the DOJ initially, if you recall, in June of 19, acknowledged that APS had already undertaken a lot of measures to address many of the issues in the English learner practices and programs. As director, I worked with Sam Klein and other people in APS staff to determine what are the financial and English learner staffing requirements and demands of the settlement agreement, and there are many, many requirements. and look at what the APS plan was to comply with those requirements, and to assess the ability of APS to set up and track the data to meet future reporting requirements. It appears that there were a lot of things that required some realignment of budget items, or in some cases, new funds for other areas. In some cases, there are things APS was already tracking, but there are some new things that APS is being asked to track. We noted that through May 2020, the APS had met all their scheduled reporting deadlines, and also throughout the COVID-19 situation, APS has proactively communicated the challenges of meeting anything that requires in-person interaction to meet the requirements. And although some of the due dates don't occur into the future, it appears there's still time to meet the deadlines that require fulfillment. We noted also that the fiscal year 21 budget includes funds that are required for future compliance requirements as far as new teacher positions as well as language translators. Essentially, for the next steps as we proceed over the next couple of months is kind of update the risk analysis model that we use each year to identify areas, noting that there are probably new control challenges that we face. So I'll need to be working through the audit committee and executive leadership team to kind of identify what those challenges are, to see where it may make sense to focus the effort in the coming year, and through that process, develop a draft internal audit plan for fiscal year 21. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McAvice, for your presentation. I really appreciate you being with us here this evening and for presenting. Let me see if we have questions. I'll start with our audit committee chair, Ms. O'Grady. Do you have any questions this evening?
I don't have questions just because I think I followed the process along so closely. I just want to say that I thought it was excellent work that we were able to take a look at the DOJ settlement to ensure that we don't fall behind and we're able to meet those requirements as expected. And so I appreciated the detailed work to follow along to see that we were moving along in a appropriate progression. So I want to thank you with that. And I do look forward to additional work because as we continue to face budget challenges, finding places where we can ensure that we are being as efficient as possible will be important, especially with this upcoming budget year and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
I do not. I just want to say thank you to Mr. McAvice. I miss seeing you in the office. I really would like to be around you all, and that's what I'm feeling more than anything right now. But that was a great report, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions?
Not a question, but a statement, and of course, thanks to John for, as usual, this very complete report on the audit activities. But I just wanted to note that the two of the three audit focuses, the DOJ agreement and the reduction of overtime, are going to be vital to our success this coming school year, both on the fiscal side and also on the compliance side. So I'm really happy that he undertook these the audit in these areas, to be able to focus us on, turning the dials and pulling the levers on these things and making sure that we're doing them right. So thank you. Thank you. It was a good presentation, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Kennanen, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McAvice. I'll echo what was just said. I miss seeing you around the office also. And it really was a great report. Your work continues to be solid. So there was a lot of good stuff there. I wanted to ask a little bit about your work on the overtime pay and other things. So first, I don't know if you were watching the meeting earlier when we looked at closeout, and we were going over budget in a couple of areas. Is the bucket that you were investigating the same one that Ms. Peterson was telling us was, over budget by quite a bit?
Typically, there is a budget for overtime. Many of the areas that I covered spend the money that's budgeted plus additional funds in order to accomplish their tasks, so that in effect, even if that additional funds are scaled back, it doesn't have an effect on the budget, but does have an effect on the amount of funds that are remaining at closeout.
Okay.
Dr. Cannon, if I might?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Part of the $2.1 million that you saw in the previous presentation that I made this evening around the third quarter monitoring report, part of that does come from overtime, yes. But a large portion of it also comes from our substitutes. We have been over budget in substitutes for a number of years, and we have been striving to increase the substitute budget, phasing in an amount each year to cover the overage that we've been experiencing. So a large portion of that 2.1 is substitutes, but a good portion of it is, again, overtime that we incur in areas where we just don't seem to be able to control it. I don't know why, but Mr. Mikovice has come up with some great solutions and is working with maintenance and operations.
Yeah. And I just wanted to follow up on that because Mr. Mikovice, I think at least twice in your presentation, you mentioned that we didn't fund a piece that was needed to get the savings or efficiency that we might have gotten. I hope that as we go into the new year, you will kind of make sure that we know, or make sure that the superintendent or the finance team, someone knows what we need to invest in to get the efficiencies that you're talking about being able to get.
No, I agree. I think we'll have to closely look at what the current situation is. When I last looked at things in March and April, obviously the amounts of overtime have been substantially reduced. We'll look at that year end and what's going to happen as we head into next year once more of the facilities are open, and will still require the same level, if not an increased level, of cleanliness and maintenance.
Yeah, but I'm referring to a couple things you mentioned in your presentation, like one of them was something about a floater, some FTEs for floaters. So specific things that we could have budgeted for, and when we didn't include them in the budget, we didn't get the savings that we might have. It sounds like you were explaining something like that.
Correct, because in some cases, it would have required committing funds that currently aren't committed in the budget to do those things. Yet when I'm looking at historically what's happened over the past few years, we end up spending the monies doing those things using overtime, so therefore we spend more money than if we had a floater position to accomplish that. That could be there when we need them to do the work, but not have to pay a premium rate to get that done. Correct.
Right. So we need to know that so that we will make those investments and not pay that overtime.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And Ms. Peterson, did you have any follow-up comments? I think I see a hand up there, but I'm not sure if it's yours.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Dr. Cannon, we are aware of Mr. Mikovice's audit report, and we've worked with him on that. And we will attempt as best we can to put those kinds of things in the budget. As you know, it was in the superintendent's original proposed budget, and then things changed. So we are aware of them, and we will continue to try to put those in the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you, Mr. Mikovice, for your presentation. I just had to make sure I got through all my colleagues. For a second, I paused and thought I missed, but I think I asked everyone. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your work this year. I enjoyed being on the audit committee. This is my second year on the audit committee, and I'll be rolling off. But I really appreciated the thoroughness and the discussion. I would just provide some feedback that I hope the audit committee, the new board member who joins, Ms. O'Grady, next year on the audit committee will consider keeping the DOJ settlement compliance piece on, because that is a 3-year piece, and I know that you started the work and there's still some continuity to that.
I agree. It definitely will be on my list of things that I would want to have
Excellent.
continued.
Excellent. And yes, I agree with Dr. Cannonen that it'll be great to have those things come forward. But I do remember them being on our budget, as Ms. Peterson said, and I was disappointed to see them to see that we couldn't fund it. And I don't know what we're going to have to do next year to figure that out. But I think there was a few places where there are cost-saving measures that we couldn't fund, not just floater positions, but an apprentice program that was going to require some investment and so forth that you mentioned in your report. So I just wanted to thank you for the work. So I really don't have any questions, again, because I was part of the committee and had the opportunity to meet with you and go over the discussion and get the regular reports. And so just thank you, Mr. McVice, for your hard work. And
Okay,
it's great to see you in person today.
Management, the superintendent, the audit committee, and the board for all their support over the past year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVice. And have a great night. Be careful out there. And Dr. Duran, I'm sorry, I don't know if you had any comments that you want to make on this presentation.
No, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we're now moving to our action item for the evening. Tonight, our one action item is the Jefferson Middle School Gymnasium roof replacement. We heard this for information at our last meeting on May 21st. Dr. Duran, would you introduce this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Talento. I would like to bring Assistant Superintendent John Chadwick to provide some more information with his staff on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, everybody. If we could have the first slide, please. So this is the roof replacement for Jefferson Middle School's roof. The existing gymnasium roof is over 30 years old. It is on the list of CIP projects for roof replacement. The new gymnasium roof will have a 20-year warranty, and the project does include structural truss augmentation for 6 of the large trusses that hold up that roof. These are needed to support the solar panels for the solar array that will be installed on the school shortly, we hope, under the solar power purchase agreement. The work will occur later in the summer and through the fall, and you will be seeing an item in future years to replace the remainder of the Jefferson roof. As you know, it's a huge building, and this is a very large flat roof that has not been replaced for over 30 years. Next slide, please. Infrastructure bond funding available for this roofing project totals about $1.3 million. Next, please. In the invitation to bid for the gymnasium roof replacement project was issued on February 27th. 6 bids were received on April 17th, and 2 of those bids were deemed qualified. Next slide, please. The recommendation here is to authorize staff to award 17 FY20, the Jefferson Gymnasium Roof Replacement Project, to Northeast Contracting Corporation in the amount of $1,116,854. And I believe that's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Colleagues, are there any clarifying questions before I call for a motion? I will start with Mr. Goldstein. Do you have any clarifying questions?
No, just a comment. I asked that this item be pulled off of the consent agenda because I don't like spending, public money on consent. I'd rather that it be, people have an opportunity to see and hear what the details are. So I intend to support this. I just happy that we're able to do this more publicly than a consent agenda item would allow. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, and I'll just remind everyone that this did come before the board for information on May 21st, and we had the opportunity to ask questions and get clarifications. But I appreciate Mr. Goldstein's request to pull it off consent. We've had a practice in the past of putting things on consent to reduce the agenda items and hopefully shorten the length of our meetings. But I completely agree and recognize that when we have items that are related to budget and other questions, or whenever any board member would like to pull it off consent, that we do so. So thank you, Mr. Goldstein, for that comment and for pulling it off consent for us this evening. I'm going to go to Dr. Cannon. Do you have any questions or comments?
No questions. I do have a motion.
Dr. Cannon, let me see if there's any other clarifying questions or comments. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any clarifying questions before I call for the motion?
I have a question about the project. Should that come after the motion?
No, I believe that comes before.
Okay, I asked this question and I'm wondering if there's an answer yet. Jefferson is a joint use facility and we usually share expenditures like this 50-50 with the county. Have we discussed this and asked the county to jointly fund this project?
We have not made that request formally.
Ms. Talento and Ms. O'Grady and Dr. Duran, I know you have a leadership meeting coming up. This is the practice with the joint facilities, and I would strongly encourage us, particularly in the times we're in, to ask the county to do its part on these joint projects.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. I have noted your comment. Do you have any other questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions, clarifying questions or comments?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Cannon, may you please present the motion?
Yes, thank you. I move that the board authorize staff to award contract 17 FY20 Jefferson Gymnasium Roof Replacement Project to Northeast Contracting Corporation in the amount of $1,116,854.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any comments on this motion before I ask Ms. Elliott to call the roll?
Yeah, I have a comment, Tanya.
Mr. Goldstein?
So I didn't realize that we had not asked the county about sharing with this. Is this possible to do even after we vote on this?
Ms. Peterson or Mr. Chadwick, do you have an answer to that question? I imagine it is, but I would need your confirmation.
Yes, we're awarding the contract this evening. It doesn't preclude us from requesting additional funding from the county.
Thank you.
Okay, and so will that be done, given what Nancy said about a joint use facility?
Who are you asking, Mr. Goldstein? Myself and Ms. O'Grady, or are you asking our staff?
To the staff.
Okay.
I believe this is really a board issue, is it not?
I think that they would need direction from us. Are you siding with Ms. Van Doren that you would like our leadership team to request this as a topic of discussion at the joint leadership meeting?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. So I'll discuss offline with all the other board members and Dr. Duran as to what the recommendations are, and we'll provide direction to request if they would support funding for that. But our joint leadership meeting isn't for another couple of weeks, very end of June. So any other questions or clarifying comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Elliott, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Talento, can I please make a comment? It's Nancy Van Doren, now that we've brought this topic back up, because I find the answers quite cavalier and it's distressing to me. The practice has been that with our joint use facilities, we share the costs of maintenance. This is not only going to be a project that benefits half of that building, which is the rec center, but it also will reduce the costs by increasing the electricity generated by the solar cells, which the county has been very, very supportive of our doing. And I'm a bit taken aback that this wasn't even asked. And the protocol in the past is that the staff has that discussion with the county. It's never been the board that's had that discussion. It's been the staff. So this is something for you and Dr. Duran to work out. But the conversation has generally been between the staffs, and it's been agreed upon between the staffs. And I would encourage us to consider following that, but I'm going to leave it. I just would ask that that get followed up on. And I'm kind of taken aback that at a time like this, when it's $500,000 potentially on the table, when we're putting things together and filling gaps, that even though it was raised and it's been the protocol in the past, the staff hasn't even asked. And I would really like to push us to do that. So I'm just being quite emphatic about that. And I don't know how. You asked Mr. Goldstein what he wants. I thought I was pretty clear, and I thought I was pretty clear last week. What do we need to do to make that happen?
Ms. Van Dorn, I've never been as chair in a situation like this, so I don't have an answer for what to do next. I understand that you're asking staff. Staff is giving us a response that's different than your expectation. So I really can only say that I can move forward in working with Dr. Duran and staff to determine what next steps should be to provide funding. If they don't recommend that, then we need board direction to share. We want them to do that. I can't move forward with board direction without knowing if that's a recommendation, because if it's not a recommendation, then there's not need for board direction. So I understand your frustration, and I appreciate it. And we're just not having a cohesive conversation tonight because you're not getting the answers. I understand that you and Reed want us to ask the county. So we're about to do a motion. We had this for information. What would you like? How does anyone have a suggestion on how to proceed, or as chair?
I just would like you, Madam Chair, I would like you to follow up on this. You have 2 board members. It takes 3 board members.
But I stated I would.
Consensus. I'm trying to leave it be. I'm just asking that you commit to follow up as the chair of the board, please.
And I appreciate that, and I did commit as soon as Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliott, can you please call the roll?
Yes, all those in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Yes, grudgingly.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. We now will move to information items. We have 5 information items tonight. The first is the school board's proposed capital improvement plan. And I would like to thank Dr. Duran and staff for presenting this for the school board. Dr. Duran, would you please introduce the item?
Yes, and if the slides can please be brought up. Thank you. Tonight, we are presenting the school board's proposed fiscal year 2021 CIP. On May 21st, the interim superintendent Johnson proposed a 1-year CIP. Typically, we know the school board would adopt a 10-year CIP, but like our fiscal year 21 budget, COVID-19 has impacted that. Over the last 2 weeks, the school board has held 3 work sessions on this topic. The first work session was focused really around the details presented in the interim superintendent's proposed fiscal year 21 CIP. Additionally, the next work session discussed the costs for the Career Center expansion project and started our conversation on how we must refocus our planning to provide additional capacity for the projected middle and high school students in the next CIP. Tonight's proposal will be reflecting the discussion at the last work session from earlier this week on Tuesday. The school board's proposal continues to make sure that we align our CIP with the county CIP, that we plan for enrollment growth, which, as we all know, the most recent projections show continued enrollment growth surpassing 30,000 students by 2021-2022. This evening, we will cover the details in the school board's proposed fiscal year 21 CIP, and we will review the timeline and next steps for completing this process. And before I turn it over to staff to walk us through this, I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Leslie Peterson, Assistant Superintendent John Chadwick, and Lisa Stengel for their work on this and all their staff that have helped put this together. There's been a lot of work done on this, and we are excited tonight to be able to engage further in the conversation and hear from the board. This time, I'd like our Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Management Services, Leslie Peterson, to share the proposed projects included in funding scenario. Ms. Peterson?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Dwayne, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the school board's proposed 21 CIP. The projects that are included in the school board's proposed CIP at this time are divided into two categories: enrollment capacity projects and improvements for existing facilities and other needs. We have 4 enrollment capacity projects, 3 of which you have seen before because they were in the previous CIP. Those are the new elementary school at the Reed site, the renovation of the Education Center, and then renovations at for Arlington Tech at the Career Center. The last one is a combination of 2 projects that were in the interim superintendent's proposed CIP. And they are planning and design funds to meet 10-year projected seat needs, designed within budgetary constraints, and to include creative solutions that may affect planning and seat design and additions at all school levels. On the improvement side, we have 5 projects, 4 of which you've seen before. Those are the refreshes and kitchen renovations at ATS Key and McKinley, major infrastructure projects, transportation staff facility project phases 1 and 2, and the field conversion to synthetic turf. We've specified that it is at Kenmore Middle School and that it will happen in FY22, depending on the county's timeline, because we share in the cost for the county, and the county is the one that drives that. There are no other field conversions planned in the 10-year time horizon at this time. Again, that is driven by the county, and there are no other conversions at this time. That could change, but at this moment, that's what it looks like. The addition in this category is security entrances for 5 schools: Taylor, Gunston, Jefferson, Williamsburg, and Wakefield. Next slide. This is the numeric representation of the previous slide, showing the funding across all categories for each of the projects. The projects have been rearranged into those 2 different categories rather than elementary, middle, and high. So enrollment capacity projects are the new elementary school at Reed, the Education Center reuse, renovation, the Arlington Tech expansion, and then the planning and design funds to meet the 10-year projected seat needs. The first 3 projects were in the previous CIPs, and that's why they are in italics. The planning and design funds are partially old funds, so that they were in the previous CIP. So we have $7 million in previous bond funding, $3.1 million in bond funds that will be sold this fall. And then we have 2 new amounts, one in FY21 and one in FY22 for additional funding for those needs. And those would be included in the 2020 referendum. Under the improvements at existing facilities, we have the major infrastructure projects, the refresh and kitchen renovation at ATS, Key, and McKinley, the entrance renovation at the 5 schools, the transportation staff facility renovations, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 was in the previous CIP, that's why it's in italics, and then phase 2 is new in this CIP. And then the field conversion to synthetic turf at Kenmore. I want to point out that all of the items that are color-coded in blue or highlighted in blue match the 2020 referendum amount down below of $54 million. If you add all of those blue ones up, you'll get $54 million for this fall's referendum. Another item that I need to point out is that for the kitchen refreshes, kitchen renovation and refresh at ATS, McKinley, and Key, we had $10.25 million coming all out of capital reserve. We have split that into some from capital reserve and some from bond funding. We were not able to take all of the funds from bond funding because we would not have access to the $7.65 million in blue until spring of 21, and we need funding right now to do the planning and design prior to receiving the construction funds in spring of 21. And we've also moved the field conversion from capital reserve to bond funding that is included in the fall of 2020 referendum. Next slide, please. What this school board proposed CIP does not include is a project for the Heights, the field with covered building access and parking. The school board has considered this project to be something that we shouldn't be doing in this current economic climate. They want staff to explore whether parking concerns at the Heights can be addressed in other ways. And if we could consider doing the covered entrance and field in the next CIP. Next slide. The planning and design funds that are included in the school board's proposed budget were previously in the interim superintendent's proposal. They were broken out into two different categories, middle school seats and high school seats. You can see those on the left side of the screen. We had $6.7 million in middle school seat funds and $27.7 million in high school seat funds. That broke it out, as you can see there. So we had total funding of $34.4 million. We have merged all of those funds into one line item, as you saw in the previous slide, where planning and design for additional seats is all merged into one and comes with the constraints that you see here. It should be designed within budgetary constraints and include creative solutions, and it should be for all school levels. In addition, we've moved some of the funding that we had said was going to come from capital reserve in the interim superintendent's proposal to coming strictly from bond funding in the school board's proposal. But the funding amount stays the same at $34.4 million. Next slide. It also adds security entrances, as we outlined before, at these 5 schools: Taylor, Gunston, Jefferson, Williamsburg, and Wakefield. Next slide. And then the school board has discussed that it will include direction on planning for enrollment growth in the CIP that would direct the staff to complete an instruction-driven staff analysis to inform next year's CIP. And that analysis would provide solutions, both capital and non-capital, that would meet the need for seats at all levels, that would be based on the projections that we do in the fall. It would include a variety of different solutions that would fit within the projected 10-year CIP funding. It would also consider other models of instruction at option schools and consider creative solutions for the size of the school, the location of the school, and the grade levels in that school. It would also provide those facilities at the Career Center for full-time high school students that they are currently lacking, and then also provide some solutions for using the Career Center campus more efficiently. Is there one more that I cannot see? I believe there is.
Ms. Peterson, I can read it for you. It's
I've got it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then other solutions to just building a field and parking with it at the Heights building to meet the parking needs there. Next slide, please. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Stengel.
Good evening. Next slide, please. So just to recap where we're going with this, our next work session is on June 16th, and that one will focus on that planning work. If most of the other items are in agreement among the board, I would mention also that today we learned that the joint county and school board meeting or school board work session has been confirmed for June 23rd at 5 p.m. So we will be updating our next round of information on this with that. And then you adopt your CIP on June 25th. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder to people who are coming to this information fresh, if they want to find out how we got here over the course of the year, everything is posted on the Engage website, including information and links to the recorded work sessions and presentations to school board, the timeline, the staff responses to questions from the school board have been updated this week and added to the site as well. And then all of the information has been posted. In addition, if anybody has questions, they can email engage@apsva.us to get that information as well. Next slide, please. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Stengel, for the presentation. And this is, we had a work session on Tuesday, and so thank you for putting all that together for the school board. We really appreciate it. I want to see if there's any questions or comments from my colleagues on the presentation tonight. So I will start with Mr. Goldstein. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Go back to slide 4, please. And can you detail for me what the major infrastructure projects are that are referred to here in the improvement section?
Those would be the same kind of projects that we have listed in the major construction report: HVAC projects, roofing projects, and other windows and other infrastructure projects over the course of the next couple of years.
So are they planned, or is it just a bucket of money to meet things like roofing and HVAC projects?
This is John.
Okay.
I can answer that question. It is a combination, as Ms. Peterson, I believe, was about to say, but there is a very thorough process which actually involves representative from the Facilities Advisory Committee, whereby the projects and principals, whereby the projects are prioritized over the next 3 to 5 years. And then each year we do as much of them under that prioritized list. We do as many of them as we can within the funds available that year. And sometimes, like as in Gunston and Randolph, they take several years to complete because of the amount of disruption and the scope of the work.
And is there currently a prioritized list for major infrastructure projects?
There is. It will be updated again in the fall through our standard process, and we'll be happy to share that with you.
Is there one that exists right now?
I don't have access to it right now. We have one, yes, but I'm not able to give it to you right this instant.
No, not right this instant. Can you provide it,
Yes.
after this meeting?
Yes, tomorrow.
Thank you. And can you go to slide 6, please? So I'm troubled by this, the whole discussion surrounding the Heights field and the access and the parking. And I think there's really more projects at the Height that need to be finished. Isn't there a bus loop project also that needs to be finished?
There is not a bus loop at the Heights building. The buses drop off on 18th Street, and that work has been completed.
It has. Okay, so this slide and the discussion we had the other day, this slide says to me that if we don't do the parking, we get nothing. That there's no way to separate the field and the covered building access from the parking, constructing the parking garage. Is that actually correct?
That is not correct. And we have provided you with a cost in the design studies to build just the field and then the covered walk from the corner of North 18th Street North and North Quinn Street to the ground floor entrance to the building.
Okay, so maybe I need to ask this question of Tanya. When you kind of polled the board members the other day at our work session about including this project in the proposed CIP, were we talking about the entire project or just the parking part of the project?
We did not have consensus on either. And there are CIP questions that have been submitted that are asking about what it would cost to just do the field and some type of entrance. So for the proposed CIP this evening, this was, there was no agreement to keep this project in, and there was no one who shared at the work session on Tuesday that they wanted just the field. So this is where we are right now. We have a work session on the 16th. As we get more answers to the CIP questions, it's a discussion we'll have to have. And this is just the proposed. So if you're interested in doing part of the field well, I'm not sure what you're interested in, but I'm assuming the field and reconsidering the parking in another way. Is that correct? We can discuss that at the work session, and I would ask that, we review our questions. I haven't had a chance to review the most up-to-date that we received this afternoon.
Go ahead, John.
If I may, we responded with the costs for the field and covered entry alone I just opened it up, in CIP question response number 9. The estimated cost to complete just the covered entrance and the field is just under 4.7 million for delivery in August 2022 and 4.9 million for delivery in August 2023.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Tanya, I am interested in addressing some of the needs at the Heights without doing the parking at the same time. So if we're waiting for more answers from questions that have been submitted and where you've got a work session coming up, what did you say, the 16th?
The 16th, right. And we'll have
the 16th. I will definitely make my needs known and bring it up at that point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I think, hang on for a second.
Well, we can do a second round so I can give others opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Let's see if I have another question.
Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions or comments on the presentation?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair Talento, for pulling that together. You did an excellent job summarizing where we all were, and I think it's an excellent presentation. So I want to thank the staff for also listening and bringing it together. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear in the last meeting. Sorry, there's feedback on this on my end. I wasn't clear that I wanted the field and the covered parking in. It is critical for the families who are entering the building on the lower level of the Heights building to have a covered entrance. And I would like us to put that field in as soon as possible and the entrance. So I too am going to be looking, I think John said $4.3 million. I'd like to put that back in to this. So I'm going to be looking for at least one more board member, and I'd like there to be a consensus. And I'd like to hear from Ms. Peterson as to whether or not there's room for us to add that into this CIP without any negative effect. And that would be really my only question. And I may have another one, but I was very, very focused on that because I was kind of surprised. I thought we were all going in that direction. That was my only surprise. So Ms. Peterson, if we put that 3 that John said in there, is that something that can be accommodated in this CIP?
I believe the answer is yes, but I need to confer with Mr. Chadwick as to what the cash flows would be for that project over and what time period we would need them, just so that I can fit them in and make sure of the calculations. But okay, I can provide that to you.
That'd be great. And I'm hoping other board members will support that so we can just add it in. And then I'm going to go back to the joint use. Fields are generally joint use. I'm sure, as we have, many of us have felt for some time, that this Heights building is a community building for Roslyn. I'm sure that that Heights field will be well programmed based on our current process of sharing our fields with the county. I would hope that the county would be asked to jointly fund that field with us. So I would like whatever mechanism we're going to use to be having those conversations with the county. I don't know whether to direct that to Ms. Talento as the chair, or personally think it should be to Dr. Duran and staff. But I'm going to leave that to you all. But I think that request needs to be made because it is a habit. Our protocol is to jointly fund those fields. So that's to follow up. I don't know, Ms. Talento, what you want me to do with that, but it's a request.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. I am noting it. I have a list of topics that I bring to joint work session. I will follow up with Dr. Duran so that he can follow up with staff and we can see what next steps are. But I have noted that Mr. Goldstein interested in field covered entrance, as are you, and that there's interest in finding, you would like us to ask county to jointly fund the field as has been done in the past because it is a joint community use for the school and the community. Is that correct?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
unless Mr. Chadwick or I don't like to go directly, but unless I'm incorrect in my assumption of the way we've approached these in the past.
There is an agreement with the county on jointly funded items for the Heights building. I don't believe it includes the field at this point because that was not in the original agreement, but it can and will be discussed.
Thank you. I go to one of my mottos in life, you can't get what you don't ask for. So I think it's a reasonable ask given the fact that that's what we've done in the past. And whatever mechanism we have to do that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Dr. Kennan?
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to make a couple of points. I don't need any answers tonight because we do have that 2-hour work session on June 16th. So I just want to let you know where I am on a couple things and what I hope to get more information about at that meeting. So first on the Heights, I think I'm basically where the others that have spoken so far are. I would like to do the field as soon as possible. And believe the covered entryway is important. I think what I would like to have confirmed at our work session is that sufficient for accessible access to the building, especially for the Shriver program. So we've been saying field and covered entry. Is that it, or is there anything else? Because I want to make sure it's fully accessible. And I might recommend checking in with the Shriver principal to see if there are any other issues. Certainly one issue is, I think, Mr. Chadwick, I hope you've heard at this point that there have been some trees planted right next to the disabled parking at that site that are preventing families who are trying to bring their students to the school in wheelchairs from simply being able to exit their vehicles properly. So that's not a CIP issue, but so just want to make sure for our work session that we can confirm that we've got accessibility covered. And then the other thing I'd like to talk about on the 16th is simply what all is entailed in planning and design, because it is a large amount of money. And we're going to need to explain that. We're going to a bond referendum in the fall and would like to know a little bit more about what's entailed in what you're going to be doing with all that money, basically. So that's it. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Talento. I agree, as well as Ms. Peterson, Mr. Chadwick, everyone. Well done with pulling together our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan. Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much. I also want to say thank you for getting us to a point where we have a really good work product, Chair Talento, because I think that this is really helping. It's us maybe working things just around the edges to get us to a very good CIP plan. I do have two questions, and the first one goes to the heights, and it doesn't have to be answered now. I guess it's really more of a comment. If we are going to go ahead and move forward and do produce a synthetic field at that site, as Mr. Chadwick had explained before, I just want to remind everyone that the parking was supposed to go underneath that area, going back at a later date and pulling up the field and then going back to put parking in that space at a later time would be, I think, a waste of money. And so I just would like to have an understanding of what the parking plan could be, what sort of financial responsibility that commits us to for the rest of our years in that area potentially, and the availability and accessibility of us being able to always lease parking space nearby, and what that might cost us. I don't want us to make a decision that we regret later on. So I think that that's important. It seems as though Mr. Chadwick may want to respond to that.
Mr. Chadwick?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Talento. Yes, we have responded to many of those questions in a very long follow-up question, CIP question number 20, that you may have received this afternoon, I believe.
Yes, it was sent this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and take a look at that. I did not get a chance to see that answer this afternoon, but I will look at that. And then in addition to that, I have a question regarding slide 20. And if Dwayne would not mind pulling up the presentation. Slide 20, I believe, talks about okay, that is not the slide that I thought. Perhaps things have changed. I do have a question about the number of seats that will be available at the Career Center for school year 2021-22. I'm sorry, slide 21. Had a little, appreciate that. And I think it says that the third bullet down says that, maybe it's there we go. When completed, the Career Center will provide a total of 600 seats for Arlington Tech. And I don't know that we have let's see, some of which will be in relocatable classrooms. Okay, I see that this has been updated. Can we just reiterate for us what we project those relocatable classroom seats, how many relocatable classroom seats we're talking about, and potentially for how long they may be in place? Mr. Chadwick looks like he wants to answer.
There will be 16 relocatable classrooms in the parking lot, plus a larger one that will be used for physical education. I don't think we know how long they will be there. That depends on the outcome of the process that we go through in the summer and fall to determine the capital projects to meet our needs for all levels of school.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. And I could pull out my calculator, but maybe you know, how many seats is that for 16 relocatables and the larger one, I think, for the gym?
You know, it's not a direct calculation, but it's probably something like 300 or so.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's just important information to know as we continue to plan that 300 of the 600 seats that we were hoping for could be in relocatables for quite a while, with no determination at this point of when those relocatable seats would leave the area. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Mr. Chadwick, and thank you all again for putting the presentation together for the school board. This is the school board's proposed CIP, and we will have final adoption on June 25th, and it is a one-year CIP. I just want to follow up on Ms. O'Grady's questions, and I think we had some of this discussion at one of our work sessions. And for the public, all of the slides that are extra slides were for this type of conversation for reference, and I believe all of them have been presented at work sessions in the past on the CIP that we've had. But the question I have is, when the original 600 seats were envisioned for Arlington Tech, there was some type of plan to put all of those seats inside the current Career Center building structure. Is that correct?
No, not exactly.
Okay.
There was a plan to expand the Career Center through an addition that would possibly have been on Highland Street. And that would have provided additional capacity for Arlington Tech.
Okay.
But once the school board approved 800 more seats there, it had to be considered as part of a larger plan for the development of the Career Center, an expansion of the Career Center. And it wasn't possible to proceed immediately with providing seats with the funds, with making additions to the building that might well have ended up in the wrong place when we came to do later additions.
Okay, thank you. I thought when I had joined the board early on, I had seen a third floor plan that completed it, but maybe that was for something else. It's unclear. But that, I guess, so I just want to understand right now, the reason that these will be in, half of them will be in relocatables is because what we are completing is within the current constraints of the building until we determine how we're going to put an addition in that building and how many seats it will fill, whether it's only Arlington Tech seats or whether it's additional high school seats. And that is expected in our planning and design work that we have in our CIP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I know there's another round of questions, so I'm going to go back around through my colleagues. I may have had another question, but I don't remember it at this time. So I'll go back to Mr. Goldstein. Do you have any additional questions?
No additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Goldstein, just because we are short on between now and June 25th and only have one work session, and then we'll be presenting our proposed CIP to the county board on the 23rd. Is there anything else that you're thinking about regarding this proposed CIP tonight, with the exception of the Heights field with the covered entrance? Is there anything else that you might be adding or any new direction that you're thinking about just that you may know right now to share? And it's okay if you don't. I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Well, I've had a fairly consistent line of questions in both submitted CIP questions and at the work sessions about including projects that staff believes are important to do, but in the future, even though we have funding that are available for them now. So we did get agreement on including the security vestibules, which originally staff had asked that we consider for the fiscal 22 bond, move that into the fiscal 20 bond. But we've also got things like bus parking and additional kitchen renovations. So I am interested in starting those projects as soon as possible if we can, so that if they are indeed important that we do, as staff says they are, I don't want to spend additional money on escalation costs by waiting until 22.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I was just going to summarize in saying that where you were and where you've stated before, you'll still be asking board members to consider supporting other projects within the bond capacity we have in this referenda to avoid escalation costs in these future projects.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Goldstein, for sharing that.
Thank you.
I'm going to now move to Dr. Cannon. Do you have any additional questions or comments?
No additional questions and no additional things that I'm considering, just what I stated earlier about the heights.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cannon. Ms. Van Doren, do you have additional questions and or comments?
I do, yes. Thank you very much. I wanted to just clarify for the people watching this. First of all, staff, thank you for your forbearance in our asking questions that I know you have provided answers to. Part of what we're doing is educating the public here, so it may be that we received the answer to the question in writing, but they don't know that. So we're asking the questions because people have asked us the question, and this is the time to get the answer. And for the public, I just checked on the website. If you go under Engage to current initiatives, I think the second one down is CIP, and all of the questions that the staff has referred to by number are there along with the answers. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. And that's what we're referring to when we talk about the questions and the answers. So thank you for the answers, staff, and awareness for the public. So, Mr. Chadwick, I just went to look at question 20, and the reason I was confused is that answer does not list the amount of money for the field and the covered parking. So is it somewhere else?
Because it's in Ms. Van Doren, that it is in question number 9. That was
Okay, number 9. Great. I'll go and look at that when we're done chatting.
It's a little confusing. I do understand.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll go back and look at that. So those numbers are in there. Okay, excellent. Ms. Talento, and I'm not sure where to direct this, but $34 million for planning is a lot of money. I think it's about half the cost of an elementary build. And I know that we have to do planning, but I want to make sure that if we're going to spend that quantity of money, we're very, very focused and we really get what we need. And it would be great if we didn't have to spend all of it. So I would like us to be very clear, and perhaps this needs to go in the direction that what we expect to come from that, rather than the general statement about planning for elementary, middle, and high, and that there be some board liaison oversight to that as the projects and the planning happens, and that the FAC be involved. I think we need eyes on that, because I don't want to be back in the situation where we are now, where we can't proceed on projects because we don't have enough information and we don't know what we're going to do. And part of that has to do with COVID, but I want to be really sure we get what we need out of those plans. So that's a suggested direction in additional direction to staff somehow, that we do that using our existing advisory committee. And then we've had a lot of success with having a staff liaison, a board liaison to key projects, and that may be the FAC liaison. So that's my suggestion. I think we need to be really, really sure we get what we need out of that money, and even better if we don't spend all of that.
Ms. Van Doren, would you mind clarifying again your direction in a succinct statement? I don't know if I captured. I understand that there's a lot of design money, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was my question. I wanted to see if there was a description as to why it's that much amount of design money, but your direction is to make sure we get what we are asking for in that. But did you say how? Was it through a committee? I missed.
Yeah, I was suggesting that we be sure to develop very clearly what we want out of those design funds, and obviously in conjunction with staff, so that we create a framework for what we're asking for that, meets the seat needs within budget, on time, all of that, explores creatively the options. But I would like there to be constant connection to the board, as we have other projects with a board liaison to it. And then we have a facilities advisory committee, and I would suggest that committee be closely, regularly involved in that
perhaps together with the lay. I'm giving you a mechanism, a how, since that already exists.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
make sense?
Yep, I think I captured a summary of
Okay.
creating a framework for what we want so that we make sure we get what we need to develop and what that slide shared, those points, and to make sure we're resourceful in using the committees that we have, like our FAC. And I think Mr. Chadwick would like to make a comment. I see his hand up. Mr. Chadwick?
Yes, thank you. I did have my hand up. I would like to explain that those funds are for planning and design, and they are intended for things that would be incorporated into the CIP that we do next year. The funds for that CIP won't be available until the spring of 22. So the design money is there to allow us to proceed after you've approved the capital projects in the CIP to be able to proceed with design before the funds so that we can be ready to start construction as soon as possible after the bonds are sold for construction. And of course, after the voters have approved the bond referendum in November of 21.
Okay, that doesn't change my request, Ms. Talento.
I understand.
I don't want to be back in the position we're in now, and the only way I can figure out that not happening is to have a closer relationship between the board and those projects and having FAC involved. That's the only way I can figure out how to do it. I won't be around for that, but I don't want to be, again, in a situation where we have a program that we committed to when I started on the board, had a plan to build the seats for it, and now have them in relocatables, which is exactly what we were trying to avoid. And I don't want another building project that comes in so over budget that we can't complete it. And I think if we had been closer to the project and FAC had been more involved, that perhaps we could have avoided this situation. So I would like closer ties so that we stay on track.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren, and I know that at a work session, and thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for answering that. That makes a lot of sense. I know that at one of our work sessions, someone mentioned, and I think there seemed to be some support for having a summer work session to have this discussion that would develop, I like the wording you used, create a framework for a plan. And I know that Monique and I have been working on next year's plan, and she'll be meeting with Dr. Duran to develop that so that him and his staff can support what the school board wants to do. So we're definitely we'll be thinking about a work session in the summer to do this, and then that would align nicely with our work session in August, which details to the community our actual work plan for the year. So we'd probably have to do it sometime in July to do that.
Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. It's just getting us all on the same page.
Yep. No, I thank you. And I know it's been mentioned before, and I know it's one of the items on the discussion for the work plan starting July 1st. Okay. Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions?
One comment, one question. The $36 million, I guess, would include that we were just talking about for planning and design. I agree with Ms. Van Doren that we need to be careful that we are being judicious with that money, and that whatever we design, it actually can be built. Super important. Do all the work. Let's make sure we can build it. And then I just want to make sure that includes the BLPC, PFRC process, and ensuring that I just want to add that as we're tightening our belts, we may need to be a little bit more judicious with the length of the planning process, as well as just trying to find some efficiencies there, really. That's what I'm trying to get at. And then I have a question in that response that I now just kind of peruse through, and I'm trying to pull it up. Give me 1 second. My computer just locked me out.
Ms. O'Grady, while you're logging back on, are there any other final comments or questions from Mr. Goldstein, Dr. Cannonen, or Ms. Van Doren? Okay, great. And the only question that I had was the one that you answered, Mr. Chadwick, in understanding that funding piece, and I understand that I think some of us are thinking there may be a bond referenda in 2021, but that is not typical county board practice. So we have to prepare for there not being a bond referenda, and the money that we're asking for today really covers us for 2 years. So I appreciated that explanation. That makes a lot of sense to me, and understanding how to use those funds moving forward will be important, and it will be important that we're judicious so that we can start any projects efficiently and correctly. Ms. O'Grady, did you, and so I will have no other comments after Ms. O'Grady asks her questions.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chadwick, I did notice that that is a very long and lengthy and detailed response, but part of that response kind of caught my eye as I was reading through it quickly. It says that Penzance, which is the developer who owns the building next door, I believe, is required to provide 100 lease spaces in one or more adjacent commercial office buildings for the Heights building, also at no cost to APS until the new permanent parking spaces are available for use. And it looks as though it says that the temporary firehouse is scheduled to be removed by late winter, spring 2022. My question is whether or not, if we go beyond that, are they always required to give us free spaces for 100 parking spaces? Or if we forego our plan to build the parking, do we lose the free spaces at a particular time?
The spaces, when the 100 spaces in the building next door owned by Penzance or being developed by Penzance, were the result of a negotiation between Penzance and the county, and they are permanent spaces for APS, regardless of what we do on our property.
Excellent information. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. O'Grady, and thank you, Mr. Chadwick, Ms. Stengel, and Ms. Peterson, for all of your work on this. And we will have our next work session on June 16th. Colleagues, I'm sure that we'll be discussing amongst ourselves and one by one until that time to move our work forward. We now have confirmed a joint work session with the county on June 23rd, and that will be virtual. All of these meetings will be virtual. And then we expect to vote on our final 2021 CIP on June 25th. And I want to just take a moment to thank all of our staff who are still on with us. We do have 4 information items left, so it will be a long meeting tonight, and just thank you all for your patience and hanging in there with us. We're now going to move to our next information item, and we will hear the proposed revision of the Barcroft calendar for 2020-2021 school year. Dr. Duran, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Talento. And this evening to share some more details and present this, Assistant Superintendent Dan Redding. Mr. Redding, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Duran, and good evening, school board members. This evening, we are presenting an information item related to a proposed revision of the Barcroft school calendar for next year, the 2020-2021 school year. Currently, the calendar for the upcoming school year lists the first day of school for Barcroft as August 6th, 2020. This is a proposed change we're bringing forward that would be for this year only. And that change would be to align the Barcroft calendar to the calendar for all other APS elementary schools for the upcoming school year, meaning that the first day of instruction for students would be Monday, August 31st. Next slide, please. The reasoning behind this proposal has been the concerns that have been raised by the principal and staff at Barcroft related to that August 6th start date and the different contingency plans that are being laid out now and the uncertainty about the fall. Should we begin school in the fall in either a fully distance learning or a hybrid opening model, there's a lot of concern from the staff that we might have ongoing issues with student access to devices and Wi-Fi. Information Services and the Department of Teaching and Learning have been working to provide those devices, but the inconsistent access for students, there's a lot of concern about a continued loss of learning if access is not at 100% if we're in that distance learning or that hybrid model, if we're not face-to-face with 100% of the student body. Another concern they've raised is the preparation of the curriculum materials, which will include incorporating the fourth quarter power standards from this school year and weaving and embedding them into the curriculum in the fall, making sure there's adequate pacing and time to deliver content that was not delivered this year to the students next year, while still covering all of next year's curriculum. Those pacing guides are going to be developed beginning in the next couple of weeks and throughout the summer. And then teachers need time to prepare, train, gather all those materials, and be ready to deliver that instruction. If Barcroft is starting to work with students on August 6th, that does not give them much time for DTL to have all those materials ready. They're working extremely hard, and we're very confident in the work they're doing, but that is a very, very tight timeline, and Barcroft staff really want to be ready to give the students what they need and deserve. Another concern that's been raised is that the siblings, older siblings of Barcroft students, their middle and high school age siblings, they would not be attending school a full school day in August. Barcroft students will return, but their siblings won't, and their family schedules may not align. When they're reporting face-to-face, the students are coming into the building, so it does create that delineation and that separation. We're in school now. In the virtual environment or the distance learning environment, that will be harder for the students to be as engaged as we want and need them to be. The staff has raised concerns about access to some of the technology resources that they'll be relying on in a distance learning model or a hybrid model, including tools such as Dreambox and RazKids. And that has to do with the rollover of students and how that works in synergy over the course of the summer, advancing students to the next grade level so that they can access the appropriate curriculum resources in a number of our electronic tools. And then finally, if Barcroft does start on August 6th, then Barcroft students won't have the same level of access to the summer academic supports, such as extended school year, that their peers in the rest of Arlington would have, as our plans are looking at that time being in August this summer. So if Barcroft starts on August 6th, that would provide 3 weeks in which only Barcroft students are in school and no other elementary students are taking classes. What we're proposing is that in order to maintain 180 student attendance days, Barcroft would shift its entire calendar for the upcoming school year to the same calendar as all other elementary schools. Next slide, please. We are bringing this proposal to you at this time so that families can really begin to make their plans for the fall and adjust those plans as needed if they're counting on that August 6th start date. We want them to be able to make whatever plans and adjustments to plans that they need. They can then plan to follow the traditional calendar for the 2020-2021 school year, which would include conference dates. The Thanksgiving breaks are the same, but the winter break and spring break, and there would be no intersessions within this calendar. This modification would be for this school year only. The Barcroft staff and the Department of Teaching and Learning have started a conversation with the Barcroft community, and Judy Apostolico-Buck, the principal, has started a conversation with staff, doing some engagement, reviewing data, and thinking about potential permanent changes to the Barcroft calendar. That process will still continue. It has already begun, and it will continue. There's going to be some engagement in the summer and more engagement in the fall, and that engagement may result in a proposal coming to the school board in September, October timeframe for a final decision. So we want to really clarify that this change is being proposed for this one school year and is strictly based on the closure that we've been through in the last couple of months and the uncertainty around what opening would look like, but the understanding that if we open in a completely distance learning or a hybrid model, that it's going to have an effect on students' ability to access instruction and opportunities to continue learning. And it really does have a possibility of impacting the opportunity gap, exacerbating opportunity gaps for students, for vulnerable students and families. So key dates at the bottom of that slide. Right now, June 12th is the last day of instruction for all students for 2019-2020. Currently, August 6th is Barcroft students' first day of school. This proposed revision would make August 31st the first day for all students K through 12 within Arlington Public Schools. All the other dates, conferences, winter break, spring break, grade prep days, would be fully aligned with the APS school calendar, and the intersession dates would be eliminated as the students would need the 180 full school days. So that is our proposal for you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. I'm going to now open it up to questions or comments from my colleagues. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions or comments on this item?
Yes, indeed I do. Thank you. So this conversation's been going on for a few years about whether there's merit to keeping the Barcroft calendar, the way it is, which is separate from the rest of the elementary school calendars, or really all of the calendars. And I think I remember that one of the difficulties, one of the speed bumps in changing the Barcroft calendar to everybody else's calendar is converting the teacher contracts, and that we needed a year's worth of notice or something like that prior to doing that. Am I imagining this?
So that is a significant concern we've had, and it is something that I've been working with payroll and with information services to talk about the system challenges. Barcroft employees, since the 10-month employees at Barcroft, so teachers, assistants, extended day, food services, their pay runs on a cycle that starts August 1st and ends July 31st. For across the system, for all other 10-month employees, pay begins September 1st and ends at the end of August on August 31st. So that could potentially create a gap of a month where Barcroft employees would not be paid. What payroll is working on with some staff from information services is a way to track in the system and just advance those impacted employees their pay so that they would not see that gap. And then it would stretch their pay should the board go forward in the following year and approve a permanent change. We would work with those employees to then stretch their pay over 13 months instead of 12 so that they would not go a month without pay. It is an issue when an employee transfers from Barcroft to a school on the traditional calendar that they have to plan ahead financially to miss that month of pay in August or work in summer school so that they can make up some of that salary.
So isn't this something that we would know, we would need to know, be assured that we can actually effect these payroll mechanisms before we were to adopt this motion and approve it?
So this would be for this year, and it does mean we would be paying employees about a month in advance. And we would be working with employees to make sure they understood. And if something happened, if an employee needed to relocate, if they ended up in a situation where they had been overpaid, we would work to recoup that payment, overpayment from them and reimburse that to the school board. But we feel strongly that we don't want to disadvantage employees because this is a calendar change that we're proposing because we believe it's in the best interests of the students and their learning, and we want the employees to have what they need to.
Right, but what I'm asking is, do we know for ironclad sure that we can convert these contracts? And it's not just the payroll part. Don't we need to specify in the teacher's contract or all of the staff's contracts what exactly the work schedule is going to be for the year? Because Barcroft's calendar has a completely different work schedule with the different holidays stretched out in different times, different intersession dates, etc. Are you saying that we can guarantee that this can be done between now and I don't know, I guess August 6th, when they normally would be starting pursuant to their existing contracts?
Yeah, we would amend and revise their contracts. So when they receive their contract for the upcoming school year, right now the start date for the school year is August 6th. So they would receive a contract for that. Should the board act to approve this change, then we would issue a revised or amended contract reflecting the new dates once the board has acted.
Okay. Might have to come back to, I got a couple more questions. Let me ask one, and then I'm sure Tanya wants to move on. When we adopted the fiscal 20 calendar back in maybe February, you said at the time that you wanted to move the whole cycle up of calendar consideration and proposal and adoption so that people had much more time, much more notice of what the upcoming school year's calendar was going to be.
Yes.
Because it was pointed out at the time there was only 6 months or something like that between adoption of the calendar and the beginning of the fiscal 20 school year. So you had talked about a much earlier schedule for doing that. When would that calendar for school year 21-22 be considered and proposed and ideally voted on by the board?
So at this point, we've solicited membership from CCPTA, from the Arlington Education Association, from the principal groups, and from central office staff. And that committee is starting to take shape. We're looking to meet by the end of this month or early in July and flesh out those drafts. One of the challenges we have is when I polled the Region 4 HR leaders about calendars for 21-22, no one has set their spring break, winter break, and all of those things. And we really don't want to be out of alignment with them on that. So that is one thing that we want to wait on to see what they're proposing at a minimum to incorporate that into what we're developing. But our plan is to get into work on that end of this month and into July, and hopefully bring it to you either late July or August once we've gathered the community feedback on options.
Okay, so how does that schedule you just identified dovetail with what you said about community engagement for a permanent Barcroft calendar beyond the 1 year that you're proposing here?
So that one of the things we'd have to do, given that the current directive is that Barcroft is on a modified school year calendar, That calendar committee would continue to develop a modified calendar for 21-22. And then should the board act in September or October to modify that and make it so that Barcroft is no longer on a modified calendar, we would revise that or eliminate that Barcroft calendar as part of that action, and Barcroft would just be part of the traditional APS calendar.
So there'd be options then.
Correct.
That this year, school year 21-22 calendar committee would be developing options, possibly with a modified Barcroft calendar, possibly without one.
I think since the board's existing direction is that that Barcroft is on that modified school year calendar, we would still develop that modified school year calendar for 21-22 and have that ready to go up until a point at which the board said we will no longer have a modified school year calendar for Barcroft, because that is the direction we're operating under.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Redding. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
Just one quick one. Did we communicate yesterday with the Barcroft community? They didn't hear about this for the first time tonight, correct?
Correct. A school talk was sent in English and Spanish yesterday.
And was there a PTA meeting last night?
Ms. Loft, are you
Yes,
familiar with
there
that?
was a parent meeting last night.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want them to hear about it today for the first time. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Dr. Cannon, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank
Good
you.
presentation.
Thank you. Ms. O'Grady?
Excellent presentation, and I'm glad that we are communicating with our families at the school. The one question I have is Barcroft right now, or I should say Randolph, Barcroft families who are not interested in a year-round calendar have the option to go to Randolph. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is their option if they decline the modified calendar.
And so my question is, if Barcroft decides to go to a traditional calendar, are we anticipating seeing a growth in students at Barcroft who would have otherwise chosen to go to Randolph? And are we prepared for that in terms of staff contingency and other plans?
It's a good question. I think when that decision is made, other decisions that would cascade from that would be, would we grandfather those transfers that were made to Randolph for families that didn't want to be part of the modified school year calendar? Would we grandfather those going forward, or would there be an expectation to return? I think those are decisions that would cascade based upon that.
Thank you, Mr. Redding.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. And that those decisions that you just mentioned would be a consequence of the outcome of the fall discussion, not this temporary change. That is for the fall community engagement. And just for clarification of the conversation you had with Mr. Goldstein, we would be bringing this back on June 25th for action. If it passes, we would then align their calendar for the 2021 school year with the rest of APS. There would be fall engagement, and at some point in September, October, we would adopt a calendar only for Barcroft, whether it's a modified calendar or a calendar that aligns it with the 2020, with the APS standard calendar for 21-22, which would have already been adopted by us at some point in August, assuming that we find alignment with our surrounding counties as they're looking for their calendar. So we would have, in this coming school year, a two-step full calendar adoption, which generally we only have one. And that is to ensure that we allow for community engagement with the Barcroft community so they can decide if it's going to be a permanent change or if they want to return to the modified calendar and make that recommendation to the board, because ultimately the board decides. And at that point, if that happens, we would have to then have considerations of the grandfathering piece at Randolph and how we move forward with boundaries. And so that would align with our boundary work as well.
Exactly. And the engagement is planned so that hopefully a decision can be made. And then, for example, everyone would know what the Barcroft calendar would look like as we enter decision-making phases of the boundary process. That way, if there is any impact on that, we know what the Barcroft calendar is as we consider moving planning units or whatever the outcomes in the boundary process are.
And any future entry points as far as being able to opt out or not would start for the 21-22 school year. So we would have that aligned with everything else. Okay, excellent. I have no further questions. I look forward to bringing this item back to action on June 25th. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item, I'm sorry, Mr. Redding. I think Mr. Goldstein, did you have additional questions? I'm sorry.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Okay. All right. So thank you, Mr. Redding. Sorry, I thought he said he might have more. So thank you for staying with us this late, and thank you, Ms. Stoff, for presenting alongside him. We are now going to move to our next information item, and our next agenda item is the approval of the Wakefield High School geothermal system purging and flushing project. Dr. Duran?
Yes, thank you. Assistant Superintendent John Chadwick will present some more information on this. Mr. Chadwick?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening again. Next slide, please. So the new Wakefield School opened for the 2013-14 school year. And if you'll remember, the old school was then demolished and the geothermal field and athletic fields were completed in time for the start of the 2014-15 school year. If you remember also, we had to put a temporary cooling tower in to get the building through that first year of operation before the geothermal field was in place. So the geothermal field is essential to the operation of the school. That cooling tower is now being sold. The building's HVAC systems have performed poorly from the outset, and this has often resulted in unacceptable disruption to instruction. That is something that design and construction and maintenance services care about very much. They take it personally. Staff have often had to relocate one or more classes, and occasionally school has had to be cancelled for an entire day or more in order to address issues. Last summer, temporary equipment had to be installed to provide adequate summer and fall cooling. And in July 2019, it became really clear that the problems with the system were systemic and that we needed to do a recommissioning effort of the building. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we assembled an engineering and construction team to recommission all of the HVAC systems so that they would perform in full accordance with the original design. The recommissioning process proceeded very successfully through the current year, and only in the last few weeks, last month or so, has it become clear after we repaired some leaks in the geothermal system that the system needed to be purged and flushed entirely in order to make sure that the system works efficiently. This last step requires the school to be shut down completely, and of course we need to be able to complete it before August 24th, when teachers are scheduled to return. Next slide, please. So purging, we have learned some lessons here, and I want to go over that. The Wakefield geothermal system was the first large one that APS installed. There was one at Taylor that we actually restored, but that was much smaller than the one at Wakefield. Purging and flushing of the geothermal system was actually removed from the contract for construction as a value engineering saving when the contract for construction was awarded in 2011. It was not removed at Discovery when we installed that geothermal system, and it was not removed for value engineering reasons at Fleet. So though purging and flushing was done right before the school opened, to make sure that the systems were running effectively and properly. So as a result of that, we haven't encountered the problems at those two schools that we have at Wakefield. And purging and flushing is also included in the contract for construction of the new elementary school at the Reed site, and will of course be included in all future capital projects that have geothermal systems. We have learned it is not something that can be omitted. Next slide. The full scope of the required purging and flushing includes pressure testing and balancing of all the geothermal wells, the vaults and the collecting lines outside the building, plus pressure testing and balancing of all related equipment and lines inside the building. The work will actually be performed by two separate contractors, one performing the external work and one performing the internal work. And since the total cost of the purging and flushing operation, even though it will be under two or more contracts, and any necessary repairs that come out of that operation will exceed $500,000, the project must be approved by the school board. Next slide, please. So our recommendation here is that we approve the Wakefield High School geothermal system purging and flushing project with an estimated total cost of approximately $850,000, and the project will be funded with available infrastructure bonds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for the presentation. I'm now going to ask if there are any questions or comments, and I did want to share with the community that there has been discussion because this project will require the school to close. There has been discussion about bringing it back for action prior to a June 16th work session versus our June 25th meeting. So I expect we'll hear, and I would appreciate feedback from board members on how to proceed with that. I think that we had discussed in our weekly meeting June 16th, but I know another board member has concerns, so colleagues, just keep that in mind and let me know what you're thinking so we can move on that. But I will open it up to questions and comments. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions on this item?
Oh, indeed I do. Thank you. So first, John, can you tell me what recommissioning means?
Commissioning is the process that happens. Commissioning, I'm going to come to recommissioning, is the process that should happen at the end of a project before we open it, although it extends into the operation of the building because there's cold season commissioning and warm season commissioning. And essentially, it's a process by which you set everything to the design settings and you check that everything is performing exactly as it was designed and intended to do. So recommissioning is basically going back to the original design intent and making sure that everything was actually installed as it was intended to be and that everything is functioning as it was intended to be. And in fact, the original engineer is involved in this process with us.
The original engineer?
Yes.
Who's the original engineer? I mean,
the one who, the engineer who was involved in the design of the building systems in the first place.
The design of the building systems that never worked right from the beginning?
When systems don't work right, there can be two reasons. One is that the design is defective, but a much more common reason is that things were not installed properly by the construction workers.
And this is very frustrating. How did we happen to approve contracts for either design that doesn't work right or construction that wasn't done right? And really, my next question is, how do we know that's not going to happen again?
Mr. Goldstein, I have worked in construction and architecture for over 40 years. It is not a perfect process, and it is very challenging. It is particularly challenging for public agencies that have to follow a whole series of procurement rules. We have to generally, at the time we were doing this, we had to go with the lowest bidder. on the construction. We don't have to do that with the architectural firm. This all happened a long time ago. There was some legal action that resulted from the closing out of the Wakefield project. And I really can't go into any details of that right now. But designing construction is tough. When you see the size of the construction documents, which are probably the depth of my face, the drawings and the specifications, it's a very, very complex process.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chadwick. Mr.
Yes.
Gold, oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Chadwick.
I am done. I've talked
Okay.
too long. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Mr. Goldstein, I'm going to move on and we'll go to a second round of questions. Dr. Kennan, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Just one. On I think the penultimate slide, you referred to this being a project that's more than $500,000. And is that in our policy or state code? What makes the $500,000 kick in our need to approve?
I'm going to ask Ms. Peterson to answer that question.
I was afraid you were going to say that, and I'm not sure that I have the answer for you tonight. I believe it's policy, but I can certainly check.
Yes, that would be helpful, I think, as a follow-up, preferably before the night of the vote. If we could do that, because then my next question was, you said this is going to be funded with infrastructure bonds, and makes me realize that we don't actually see a lot of of infrastructure projects, I don't think, over the course of the year to approve like this. So are most of our infrastructure projects less than $500,000?
They vary, Dr. Cannon, and in fact, you did approve the Gunston project and you approved the Randolph project, and you approved some of the larger ones where it is over those thresholds.
And finally, if Ms. Talento, if you indulge me for a moment, you mentioned in a response to, I think, Mr. Goldstein, maybe an earlier presentation tonight, that you go to the fact, you discuss the sort of list of infrastructure projects with our Facilities Advisory Committee. I think you said that.
Yes, a member of. Mm-hmm.
Is this going to bump something that was kind of on the list then? Because this has kind of has this come up at the last minute, and was it, is it a project that's being planned for?
Question. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't bumped anything because we actually had funds that were available from other projects that had not cost everything that we had budgeted for them. So we did have the funds available to do this.
I kind of, just the last point, Mr. Goldstein.
If I may, I believe it was last fall, we made a presentation to you on the MCMM process. Why don't we look that out and we can send it back to you so you can see how the process goes.
And, and how Mr. Goldstein mentioned kind of being able to see it's not like it needs to be, updated in real time, but just occasionally seeing the list of upcoming projects. I feel like we do. But anyway, I was kind of wondering how this fits in. So anything you could share about that would be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan and Ms. Van Doren.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. So I just want to confirm, you're saying that taking on this project, even though it wasn't planned and wasn't in the MCMM, and one also is not, whichever budget, the infrastructure project, it doesn't delay any other project that you have online?
That's correct.
Okay. It's a lot of money. We're all tight for money these days. Why can't you just shut down the geothermal system and heat and cool the system, the school, without using the geothermal?
As I mentioned, the geothermal system didn't come online until a year after the building was completed. And during that period, we had a temporary chiller to provide the heating and cooling that the geothermal system would be providing. So the answer to your question is it is not possible to do that. The building would not heat and cool adequately if we disabled the geothermal system.
Okay, folks, I was around when this was proposed years ago. Will this investment, either in the geothermal system or this maintenance, pay off at some point? And is there a guarantee? Do you get a guarantee when this is completed? Do the people who do the work guarantee that this is going to work?
That there is not a formal guarantee. We have gone through a process of deduction where we've reset many things in the building. This is the final step to make sure that the building is performing as it was designed to.
Okay, Ms. Lindo, just so you don't have to come back to me, I've gotten multiple questions during this about parents. You know, we may understand that things are different in different pots of money, but parents are very concerned that their children haven't been able to wash their hands in the school. Are we going to be making sure that kids can wash their hands when they go back to school?
If I may, Ms. Van Dorn, I'll provide you with an update on that.
Could you say that for the community? Because I think I know the answer. I just want them to know that you're thinking about that.
There are 3 steps. 2 steps have already been completed, and the pressure is as it should be. There is a 3rd step, which involves adding a pump. The pump has been delivered to the building. It needs an electrical and a water connection, and that will be done by the end of July.
Thank you.
We have belts and suspenders.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. O'Grady?
That pump information is just perfect, amazing information. So I'm so glad that you were able to put that in your response, Mr. Chadwick. Mr. Chadwick, do I understand it correctly that this project is being paid for with savings from other projects primarily?
Yes.
So you were a good steward of money and you were able to pull this money forward from savings from other projects.
Yes.
Do I understand correctly that we have been in a situation before we've had to shut the building down because the heating and air, heating or cooling wasn't adequate?
I'm very embarrassed to say yes, we have been.
Okay. This work has to happen while no one is in the building. Is that correct?
Yes, the building basically has to be shut down during this period.
Okay, and you are under some time constraints for making this happen. What
we are, because it takes a couple of months to do it, and we need to be able to get the work done before teachers return on August 24th.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Mr. Goldstein?
Yep. Thank you. Let's see. John, what have we spent on adjusting the systems in the building prior to this last purging and flushing of the geothermal system in order to get things to work right?
I don't have those numbers available this evening, but we can get those numbers for you.
Yeah, I'm interested in what the total cost is. This is going to be $850, and I'm wondering what else has been spent on, bringing this building up to snuff. I'm confused about this, where the money's coming from. At one time you said it was infrastructure bond, which I don't really understand, and the other time I think you said that you're just going to be able to sweep up money that had been budgeted for other projects but hadn't been spent, so that from those overages.
Well, that can of course be the same thing, and in this case it is. The major infrastructure bonds that were used for other projects, in this case it was Gunston and Randolph, there were funds available at the end, so we will be using major infrastructure bonds, but the funds were originally set aside in the funding available for those other two projects.
But I don't understand the term infrastructure bonds, because when we put a bond referendum on the ballot, it's one school bond, right? I mean, it's not broken out into.
It's not broken out by school, but if you recall the CIP presentation that was just made, there was $15.4 million in infrastructure bonds over 2 years that were assigned for the type of project that we use them for, but not for specific schools.
And are they going to be broken out on the November
They will
referendum?
not. They will not be, no.
So there's one vote, one chunk of money for APS. And within that, we plan certain things, some major infrastructure projects and other things, other spending for other things. Is that right?
There's a list. There is a list that you just saw this evening of what you are proposing to include in the CIP, and within that are major infrastructure bonds for which the specific projects have not been identified and won't be identified to the citizens when they vote.
Ms. Peterson? Ms. Peterson,
Yes,
you wanted
thank
to
you,
respond?
Mr. Lento. I think the discussion here is one of nomenclature. The facilities and operations folk like to use the term infrastructure bonds when they're talking about the projects that they're doing. What they're really talking about is the infrastructure projects that are bond funded. So they've kind of co-opted that name to and call it infrastructure bonds. But what we're talking about is projects that are within the line item in the CIP called infrastructure projects that are bond funded that we use to provide these types of projects. And the projects like the Gunston and the Randolph HVAC projects came in under what we expected to spend on them. So there are some bond funds available to apply to this project. Does that help answer your question, Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, it does. That's makes it a lot clearer. Thank you. All right, I got one more question. So you said that we'd taken the maintenance contract for purging and flushing the geothermal system at Wakefield out when that, as part of the value engineering, when that building was first built or opened, but learned our lesson and included it at Discovery and at Fleet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And we haven't had any problems at either of those buildings. And God, I hope we haven't had any problems with it at Fleet, since it hasn't even been up a year. But has the system at Discovery been purged and flushed?
It was before the building opened. The answer is yes, it has been.
Okay. Is that normal that a system is purged and flushed before it goes into operation, before the building is opened? I mean, did that happen at Wakefield?
It did not happen at Wakefield. It happened at Discovery, it happened at Fleet, and it will happen at Reed.
Okay, but since, let's see, Discovery opened in the fall of 15, and since then there hasn't been any problems with, as a result of the geothermal system.
Mr. Goldstein, it's midnight and we have 2 more information items. Are you almost done? If not, I'll ask you to continue the discussion offline. We're in the second round of questions, and I still need to determine when this is coming back. Do you have a lot more that you're trying to?
No, I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So when, I know it's unusual that we bring this item back for action June 6th, prior to a work session. We very rarely, I think I can count on 1 or 2, I think we've only done it once or twice since I've started on the board where we've done anything at a work session. But there's a concern about the school closing of the school, and our next board meeting is June 25th. Mr. Goldstein, where I need the board to come to an agreement. I know as chair I can determine the date that I want, but I don't like to operate in that way if I don't have to. So if we have a board consensus of where this should be, I would appreciate hearing that, because I think it's important that we work as a team. Where do you have a preference as to whether it comes back on June 16th or June 25th? Recognizing the concern for the school needing to close to get it done.
We're still waiting for some information on this that John said he'd be providing. So absent seeing that, it's hard for me to answer that question right now tonight. So
Okay.
why don't I try and give you an answer as quickly as I can after I see that.
Okay, and if I get a majority consensus tonight, I'm going to move forward with that, but I will await your answer otherwise. Dr. Cannon, do you have any thoughts on that?
I have no additional questions, and I will support whatever process is best for the project.
Thank you. Ms. Van Doren?
I don't want this to come back before the 25th of June. I think everybody needs to adhere to our process. This is $850,000. And no, not the 25th.
The 25th is our board meeting, so when do you want it to come forward?
This is information.
Right.
I'd like it to come for action on the 25th of June.
Okay. Sorry.
Whatever our next school board meeting is.
Okay, sorry. You said not on the 25th, so I was confused. You're saying not until the 25th. It should come back on the 25th. Okay. All right, Ms. O'Grady.
I just need clarification. If we go on the 25th, then does that mean that the project will be ready in time for the beginning of school if students need to enter the building at that time?
It will be challenging to get it done on time.
Mr. Chadwick, if we approve it on the 16th, will you still suffer the same challenges?
Every week will help us, give us more, it will give us more comfort that the work will get done on time. And I think, as I mentioned, we may find that there is more, some repairs have to be done as well as the purging after we've finished with the purging.
Okay, thank you. So I think we, as everyone has shared, we need did you want to add something, Ms. O'Grady?
I just wanted to say that I'm very concerned about sending kids back to school earlier in August, which could be incredibly hot with this project not completed, and then losing time at one particular school because of this. I don't know.
Dr. Duran?
Given what Mr. Chadwick just said about every week counts, I would really like to ask if we could bring it on the 16th, understanding I heard concerns from some board members, and I respect that, but as superintendent, I would have to ask that we could bring it back as soon as possible so that every week helps us.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn, for that recommendation. I appreciate that. I also have concerns about delaying it. I know that there are frustrations about the amount spent in the need to move so quickly. It's not a practice that we like, but at this point, I think that it's important that we just get the job done. I visited Wakefield last year when there was that huge white plastic, appeared to be plastic tubing, providing air conditioning to the whole school. It was, not a place that I would want it's not, as board member, it's not what I would really want to have in our school system. If we could avoid it, I think that would be best. So I would be supportive of bringing that to the work session on the 16th, while it's not my preference. But right now, it is unclear if I have the majority consensus, and I will just want to let the community know that this may come back for action on the 16th. We'll discuss it at weekly meeting on Monday and confirm that, and I'll work with my board members, Dr. Duran, this weekend to ensure that I can get an answer to you. So to the community, please stay tuned, and I apologize that I cannot land with a date, but please look at our work session on the 16th. We may be acting on this item at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for the presentation.
Tanya, I just want to add, I hear these concerns. I share many of them. We found out about this less than a week ago.
That's
And
correct.
that's why there are a bunch of questions, some of them as yet unanswered, and this is a source of a lot of my hesitancy.
I understand.
And understanding that, Mr. Goldstein, certainly the 16 being a couple weeks away, we would certainly want to make sure that we get those answers to you prior to the 16th, and we would want to make sure you're assured that if you're going to vote for this on the 16th, that we'll have all that information for you. So I understand that fully.
And I see Ms. Peterson has her hand up, or is that from before? Okay, she took it
That
down.
was from before. I apologize.
No, it's okay. All right, so thank you, Dr. Duran and colleagues, for that discussion. We have two additional information items. The first one is updates to select school board policies. And Dr. Duran, if you could please introduce this item.
Thank you. And this evening, we have Matt Smith, who will be providing us some more updates and details on our admissions, placements, options, and transfers policies. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Get the slides up, please. Thank you. Next slide. Tonight we're going to be covering a collection of policies that cover the topics of what students can attend Arlington Public Schools and admission to the school system, as well as what schools they attend. So the options and transfers, policies, and administrative placements. Staff worked on this as a collective bundle because these topics work together as an integrated system as sort of foundation of kids coming into our school system and then attending the various buildings. We started working on this in January of this year, worked on it through March. We went to the school board subcommittee in September, March 17th. It was up for public comment for a month. This is our standard practice. It's coming to board information tonight. And I have seen a typo. It will not be June 18th. I believe on the 18th, we'll be celebrating our graduates. And it will be June 25th. And I'm going to pre-apologize because I made the same typo in the slide that Raj is going to do next, or next presentation he's going to do next. Next slide, please. So we really did this in two ways. Right now, currently, the school system has two policies that govern this. There's what's called admissions and placements policy and options and transfers policy. And we realized that much of the content across those policies was covered, was similar content across multiple policies. We also realized that there was no direct governance over administrative placements, which are the exceptions. So the first thing that staff decided to do was to break the content up into three very clear areas. The first one being admissions, which provides governance over whether students can come to the school system. That's substantially dictated to us by the Code of Virginia. The second is options and transfers, and this covers which schools the students go to. So that includes both the neighborhood schools concepts, the options schools, as well as neighborhood transfers, all done through the lottery process. And the third one is administrative placements. This is a new policy which covers the practice where students have extenuating circumstances and may need to attend a school other than their neighborhood school or may need admissions to the school system as an exception to the admissions policy. So we organized it in this way to provide sort of clarity around the titles of the policies and intent, making it easier for everybody to find the content and find the governance, as well as to establish clear governance over administrative placements because there was no clear governance over this before we started. Next slide, please. So although if you look at the changes, it looks like there were significant changes, and I'm going to go a little bit out of order here on these bullets. Much of the work was to reorganize the content to improve readability. So we moved a lot of content around to make it easier to find, and so it flowed better in the new policies. The other couple of things that we did, the first thing is we revised the appeals process and renamed that to extenuating circumstances. And that was to provide clarity around the concept. If a person applies for the lottery, a family applies for the lottery, and they were further down the wait list, you really don't get to appeal the fact that you didn't get in the lottery. But you may say that you have extenuating circumstances around attending a different school. So we think that provides a little bit clearer definition of the intent of the board around that process where families have unique situations and where they might need to attend a school other than their neighborhood school. The other things that we did, and this is a fairly large one, was really looked carefully at the concept of kinship care. And this is an unusual situation where a child is a resident of Arlington. They're here not for educational purposes only, but they're not living with a parent or a legal guardian or somebody appointed by the courts or another agency, or even with a relative. The Code of Virginia permits a student to attend if they're staying with a relative, if the parents for some reason cannot attend, cannot care for them at the time. This is the kinship care situation. What it doesn't do is include an option for child who's staying with somebody who is not actually an aunt or an uncle. Perhaps it's a close family friend. And this is different than surrounding districts. For example, in the District of Columbia, this provision is called other primary caregiver, and it's a broader interpretation. Where in the Code of Virginia, kinship care is defined as being a relative. So what we have done here is we're recommending the board adopt an APS definition of relative from the Webster's Dictionary as somebody who's related by blood or affinity. And the concept of affinity, you can extend that definition out more broadly to be more inclusive. This actually improves alignment with the Constitution of Virginia, because the Constitution says that if they're living here, not for educational purposes only, that they get to attend the school system, but the code does not necessarily provide good methods by which we can enroll all of those students. And so this helps us align with the Constitution by giving a little extra definition to what's currently in the code. Beyond that, we addressed some remnants that came from the 2017 revisions. A number of content from those policies in 2017, when they were revised, was left out. And so we added that content. We clarified documentation for residency, dropped the terms mortgage agreement from the documents and replaced it with settlement documents, which is a more correct based on the intent when a family is in the process of purchasing a house, but the deed hasn't been recorded yet. We completely aligned the policies with the Code of Virginia. We revised the PIPs to align with current practices. We created a new preschool PIP. We didn't have one before. It was just elementary and secondary. Preschool was silent. And that came primarily from the remnants of 2017. Clarified language around lotteries, clarified language around transportation, and added breadcrumbs throughout the policies. So it's easier for the readers to find other policies that provide other governance on other topics. Next slide, please. And actually, that's it. So I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you so much for staying with us so late. But these are really important policies. I know that we've spent a lot of time trying to get these right because they were presenting themselves as barriers, and that's not the goal of what APS values and what we were trying to do for anyone who lives in Arlington. So thank you for all of the work. Colleagues, I understand Dr. Cannon has shared a message. She does not have any questions, so I will see if, I think Ms. Van Doren was the liaison to some of this work. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions or comments? I'll start with you tonight.
Thank you very much. I do just hopefully a quick one. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Smith because he worked with a very large committee in APS to make sure that the registrars at the schools, as well as the Welcome Center and the staff in the central office, was all in sync on this policy. And it's got a lot of tentacles into law and code. And he's smiling because it was a lot of work and a lot of definitions, and I think everybody's on board, and I think everything's actually in the document. So even if we're not around, people can refer and know and be consistent with our implementation of what we do. So I just really want to thank Mr. Smith for doing that. He did an amazing job. It was hard. This is my one question. The Superintendent's Committee on Immigration and Refugee Status sent some really important questions that I think just simply required an answer to explain the kinship. Did someone get back to them, because they are an important committee and they raised many of the questions related to kinship? Did someone get back to them directly? That's all I want to know.
Yes. A staff member spoke to them specifically about those questions, and we believe we've reviewed them and we've addressed those concerns in the policy. So we think we have that, and somebody did get back to them.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. Let's see. Can you hear me? Is my microphone on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you, Matt, for the presentation. Now, do you have the actual policies and PIPs available to put up on the screen?
I don't think I share my screen. I have the policies and PIPs, certainly.
They're on board docs, Reed.
I'm not sure if Dwayne can share them or not. They're all numbered, Mr. Goldstein. So if you want to refer to a specific numbers, I can certainly find what you're talking about.
And Mr.
Yeah,
Smith,
okay.
they're all on board docs, so if you want to reference them, then Mr. Goldstein can pull them up that way.
Well, I've got them pulled up. I just was wondering if we can show them, during this virtual session. But I'm referring to the PIP for options and transfers, elementary and secondary. It's J 5.3.31. It's PIP 1. And thank you for numbering all the lines, because it makes it much easier to refer to them. So are you with me? Do you know where I am?
Yeah, options and transfers, PIP 1, yes.
Okay, so I'm on line 72, the elementary lotteries.
Line 72, I'm scrolling down here, 72 elementary lotteries. Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, all right, good. So I got a few questions on this. So one is this appears to be a change in paragraph 3 there on line 79, that if I'm reading this right, that any sibling of an enrolled student would receive priority. So currently it's only the younger sibling of the enrolled student, but I think this says any sibling. Is that correct?
So it's true that I suppose it would be the way that it's written is it's any sibling. But the most common case, because most students are coming in at the elementary levels at the beginning, so if they're coming in as a kindergartner, that it's going to be an older sibling who's already placed. But technically, if you had, say, a first grader there, and there was a marriage and they became a blended family, and through the next lottery process, the next year they applied, they would get sibling preference even as an older sibling.
And that's a change from the way we do it now.
I'll have to check that. That was not my understanding, Mr. Goldstein. But I can verify that that's with staff who run this on a regular basis, if that's changed or not.
Mr.
Yeah,
Smith,
I'm pretty sure it is. My real question is, why that change? But moving on.
Reed, Ms. Stengel is on the line. She can answer your question.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I don't usually answer questions at midnight, but yes, it's already in there like that. This was done when we did the policy. I don't know if it was intentional when we did the policy, but we didn't clarify older or younger siblings. So it's been like that since we made the changes a couple years ago.
Thank you, Ms. Stengel. Okay, Mr. Goldstein, please proceed.
Okay, just in point of fact, it's not midnight.
It's 12:22.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm wondering why these preferences aren't ranked the way they are farther down in line 90 in the elementary Montessori lottery, where it gives the order of preference. Because I'm curious what preference means related to siblings. Because in paragraph 2 there in line 77, when it talks about VPI, it says they are guaranteed a kindergarten seat at that school that they go to, but the siblings are not guaranteed. They receive preference. So can you tell me what the difference there is?
Sure, I can give you a scenario. A situation where they're not coming as a kindergartner. Let's say they're coming in as trying to apply as a first grader. You can only come if there's a seat available. So there may not be any seats available because at the option schools, seats only become available when somebody leaves. So in that situation, you can't guarantee the sibling admission because there may simply not be a seat. Whereas the VPI situation, the kids are coming into kindergarten, and so we know there's enough seats for all of those students. So that's an example of where it's not guaranteed.
But it would be guaranteed if that younger sibling were applying for kindergarten admission.
It doesn't say guaranteed, but I would say the probability that all of the seats were occupied by siblings would be very small. So I think the probability would be essentially from practical purposes, yes.
No, I think I'm not making myself clear that a younger sibling who is applying at the kindergarten level,
yeah,
that child's admission would be guaranteed.
They go to they say the preference, so that sorts them to the top of the list. That's the way that works. So the way the lottery works is that it's a random double-blind lottery, and there's a long list of people, in which is the admission in the order, and the sibling sorts them, brings them up to the top of the list. So essentially, if anybody's coming off the list, it's going to be the siblings coming off first.
Yeah, they in
Ms.
fact
Stengel?
don't even get a lottery number, right?
Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Stengel is available to answer, and I just want to remind you that we vote on the policy, not the PIP. Ms. Stengel?
Just wanted to add that the pre-K students who are already there are continuing. So part of that was to allow the kids who are already enrolled in the school to continue, whereas the new kids who might be siblings of another student there are new students, and it really depends on capacity.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It would be helpful for me to understand this better if it were the order of preference were ranked as it is in a couple of paragraphs down in the Montessori lottery. You know, seats are first allocated to this, and then this, and then this. You know, let me wrap up with my last question here, and that is, was there any public comment? Matt, you said there was a public comment period for about a month or so.
Yes. Yeah, it's 30 days of public comments. And we received half a dozen or so, I think.
Okay. Can you summarize them? Were they along any particular lines?
Can I summarize them? Mr. Goldstein, I have to look at them. Give me a quick second to pull my notes up here on that.
You can get back to me. You can get back to me. It doesn't have
okay,
to.
I can get back to you. I think that in general, the comments were things that we had already been like clarification questions. Lots of them were sort of clarification, sort of like questions you're asking here, not necessarily changes to the policies, but just seeking clarity, like you're seeking clarity now. But I can get you back to you on specifically what those comments were.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Tanya. I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. Mr. Smith, I think one of the concerns that came in from one of my liaison schools, the Montessori Public School of Arlington. And they were interested in understanding whether or not we could go back to a previous practice where there were, instead of there being 2 buckets of students who come in for it, 2 buckets of priority for first graders, whether there could be 3 buckets of priority for first graders. Currently, the buckets of priority go to, if you're in at the Montessori Public School of Arlington, you're in. But because there are more lower elementary classrooms than preschool classrooms, there's extra space. So the priority currently is that, I guess it would be siblings, but that's already kind of taken care of. The first priority would be students who attend APS satellite programs, and then any student at all beyond that. It was shared with me that the advocates for that school would prefer to see us go back to a previous policy where it would be first kids in the satellite programs, and then students who've had 3 years of experience in private Montessori because they come with, I guess, a dedication to that pedagogy, and they've already had 3 years of experience in it, and it would seem likely and advantageous for them to continue in a fourth year through, I don't know, their 5th grade experience, so 9 years. In other words, those students have already had would be going into a 4th year of the same pedagogy, and that they should have the opportunity to be able to have some sort of preference to continue on for their educational, I guess, alignment and experience. And then give other students who have never had the experience in Montessori and who would be spending a total of 5 years there, the 3rd preference. So that was a request. I'm not sure whether staff had any reaction to that. I think it's worth having a discussion about, perhaps not at 12:30 in the morning, but still in all, I do think it is potentially one that I want to bring up because advocates have asked for that. And I'll just add, it has to do, it's beneficial, of course, to allow people and students to come in with no experience, but in terms of support for the students, there is a benefit of having students in the classroom who understand the materials, because part of that experience is also students helping other students and building on the previous 3 years of experience using the manipulatives to do the work.
Right. So I want to. I'm going to. I'll take that, and maybe we'll get back to you on that. I do want to point out, and this is in a PIP, that there is preferences given to current and non-APS primary and lower elementary Montessori applicants. So that is there, but I think your this is to a certain extent raises some equity issues too, and that's something to consider, and ensuring that all students have equitable access to the Montessori program, even the ones who were not able to attend a private Montessori program prior to that. So that was the playoff that the staff is considering around that, but we can certainly go back and look at that again.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Smith, and being a person who does care deeply about equity. The only thing I would share with you is that there is not equitable access to our program at preschool. Only 1/3 of the spaces are held for students who come from greater means, and so they have less of an equitable chance to get into the program to begin with. And so the idea that I think that this kind of balances it out. And I would even be open to looking at creative ways that we could say, well, let's save some seats and spaces for students who have no experience. But for kids to be learning under a particular pedagogy and then be told that they can't be there it actually does take away from the other students who were there because the teacher has to spend so much more time supporting a student who has zero experience. And it's more about the education of the child for me, not the aspect that the parent had to go to and pay for private education because they couldn't access the program. So please feel free to get back to me. And I know that this is, I understand the rationale of equity, but it's already set up to be skewed to support our students of lesser means. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I just wanted to share with you and Mr. Smith, who was not involved in the process, that when we, the board, and it was prior to you joining the board, redid this policy in 2017, there was a very lengthy discussion about this exact same matter, and the board voted and moved forward with the established priorities that are in there now as far as accessibility. And as Mr. Smith pointed out, one of the main issues was the equity piece. I appreciate your perspective and the advocacy that the Montessori group has brought about. I believe there was some advocacy at the time as well for that. And I think that if we wanted, at this time, I know the last I've spoken to all board members, even recently when this was brought up in discussions before, there's not support for allowing the private preschool Montessori students priority over everyone. But it's a board discussion that we can continue to have. And, you know, if staff is reconsidering it and wants to make that recommendation, we should have the board discussion, because at this time, I don't know if the majority, I don't believe, and it's my understanding as chair, the board does not have, the majority of the board does not support that position. But thank you for bringing up the discussion. And
Ms. Talento, as the liaison to that group, I want to tell you I brought that up repeatedly, both with staff and in the committee, and we reaffirmed where the board had been prior. And Lisa Stengel has had her hand up during this entire conversation.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just didn't see that. Thank you, Ms. Van Orton. Thank you. We did discuss this. Ms. Stengel?
That's a late error.
Oh, okay. I forgot we did discuss this in our policy subcommittee, which is when I think Ms. O'Grady also mentioned it. And so I just wanted to share that, because I don't know if Mr. Smith, you're part of those conversations.
Ms. Talento, I
Yes.
just wanted to respond to one thing that you said that I just wanted to clarify. And the clarification is that the issue I'm bringing forward would not put private school students above everyone else. It would, because the students who would be above everyone else would be the students who are already in the system, already in APS satellite programs. But I understand and I appreciate you bringing up and sharing that my other colleagues are not interested in this. As the liaison for the school, it is, I believe,
of course,
my responsibility to bring it up and to explain their position, because it does have an academic impact in the classroom. So I just want to share that, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so at this late hour.
No, I appreciate that. And my intent was not to in any way diminish that comment, but you were asking staff to get back to you and to consider that. And what I wanted to emphasize is that the board had considered, and it was a board decision to move in that direction. So asking staff to get back to us on something that was a board decision, but that was prior to your time, and that we did discuss it at the policy subcommittee meeting, which Ms. Van Doren mentioned, but that's our job, to bring the community voice to the table. So thank you for making those comments. Are there any other questions?
Ms. Talento, I just want to be really clear, it's Nancy, that Ms. O'Grady shared this early on as the liaison to the consideration of this policy. I raised it multiple times in the meeting with staff and in the policy subcommittee, so it has been thoroughly discussed. I want to be really clear that that did happen.
No, thank you for that clarity, Ms. Van Doren. I do remember having the discussion in the policy subcommittee, and thank you for sharing that you also discussed it as the liaison. Okay, so.
Yeah, I got a comment here, Tanya.
Sure, Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, so I don't even understand what Monique's asking for. I believe she's talking about the group of students who are contained in paragraph 4 under elementary Montessori lottery and wants to move that group's priority up. And I don't understand where it would move to. Before siblings or before satellite, APS satellite Montessori students? I don't understand how changing their priority, how we would change their priority.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate you asking for me to clarify what I'm trying to do. So there are currently students who are in the Montessori Public School of Arlington. They move up. They're guaranteed to be able to continue through the system once they are admitted. Secondly, when you have a lottery for first grade, there are two groups of students. The first group that gets a priority is the group that has attended APS satellite Montessori programs that are outside of the Montessori Public School of Arlington. So they get preference if they stay through kindergarten to continue on to enter the lottery and have first access to available seats at first grade.
The APS satellite
Yes.
students, yeah, okay.
And then and then everybody else is lumped into another category, whether they've had similar Montessori experience or not. And so previous to the change in the policy, before I was on the board, there were three categories, and it equated Montessori experience as being the deciding factor. So if there were two students, one who was in Montessori, APS Montessori satellite, and another student who never made it into APS Montessori because they didn't meet the income, family's income was too high, and they decided to go to private, then they are not given a preference, even though they spent 3 years learning the pedagogy. And so the question from the Montessori Public School of Arlington is, can we go back to 3 levels? Because for families and students who've been learning in that way, that there is already a commitment to learning that way.
Yep. So you want to break out that last group into 2 separate sections?
Yes, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to re-explain.
I see now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I don't believe there are any other questions on these policies. Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you did, and I know that you worked alongside many of our staff members, so thank you all for that. We really appreciate it. So this item will come back for action at our June 25th meeting. Our final information, and just to remind everyone, we vote on the policies. We don't vote on the PIPs, but we always ask staff to bring the PIPs alongside any policies that we're voting to make sure that for the board to ask questions and understand the alignment. So our next information item is a new proposed school board policy M-12.4 information security. Dr. Duran?
Thank you, Chair Talento. Assistant Superintendent Raj Adusumili will be presenting this. Go ahead, Raj.
Thank you, Dr. Duran, and thank you, board. Good Friday to everybody. What I'm bringing forward here is a new policy, actually, that creates a governance structure for cybersecurity in APS. Could we get to the next slide, please? This policy is very tightly modeled on the framework defined and followed by the Commonwealth of Virginia. I want to point out that while the intention to have cybersecurity controls is not new to APS, we intend to be intentional and methodical with our controls in a way that we can audit and ensure that continuously we are improving our cybersecurity posture. While we drafted the policy in November, as you can see the dates here, I want to share with the board that we took this as an opportunity to share the information about the current climate conditions, the risks associated with it, and the importance for having cybersecurity in place to various stakeholders. Particularly, I want to highlight the principals, the teachers, and also the students. And a special thank you to our Student Advisory Committee representative, Mr. Jacob Singer from HB Woodlawn, who actually was on our advisory and actually helped out in giving his thoughts on the policy. The policy was also reviewed by a team of representatives from all departments, including the emergency manager, Mr. Zach Pope, and we thank all of them. And then we've actually presented this to the subcommittee for March 17th, actually, and then we are left it open for public comments, and then we are coming forward here. Could we go to the next slide, please? As I shared earlier, this is a new policy that is tightly modeled after what our state actually has. If we can map what we are doing to what the state is actually doing, the actual policy M-12.4 is modeled after the Code of Virginia 2.2-2009, and particularly to Section A that calls out the scope of our information security policy. Then the PIP-1 is actually the one that defines the guiding principles of the policy, as the Code of Virginia's information security policy is defined in Policy Sec 519. And the 10 areas of scope and the component areas that are defined in our program are clearly called out in that as well. The next PIP 1.1 is where we clearly call out the security program standards, which in the state code actually are reflected in 501, the Sec 501. This is, to point out that we are very, very meticulously and very, very intentionally aligned to the state. The structure actually provides APS an opportunity to organize our security controls that are derived from the state standards, but are also aligned to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST Special Publication 800-53. I think the most important aspect I want to close with this is to say that the most important aspect is to ensure that we are continuously taking advantage of the state and NIST's work in identifying new threats that are actually constantly updated, so that every time we do an audit, that we are actually looking at the most current one, and we are actually ensuring that the controls are in place and we are protecting APS assets. Just wanted to mention this. That's the information I have. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just a simple slide, but again, I'm open for any questions you have about the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Adusmili. I really appreciate you staying so late with us and for presenting it. I'm sorry that it's such a late meeting. Let me see if there are any questions. Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions?
I don't. As a member of the policy committee, I had a chance to read this and I'm comfortable with it. And I thank Mr. Adusmili for the work.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. I understand that Dr. Cannon does not have any questions. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions?
No, I do not at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, Raj.
Ms. O'Grady, do you have any questions?
No questions, and I want to thank the policy subcommittee for doing the hard work to get us to this point, so that I don't have any questions. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. Mr. Adusmili, I do not have any questions. Thank you for the work on this presentation. I wish you could have guessed this and we would have moved you way up in the agenda. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. We really appreciate the strong and good work that you're doing, not only on trying to keep our student data safe and in the security, but I do want to take this opportunity to thank you and your IS team for all the work you're doing to keep our kids connected during this closure, and all the work that you're working on with the county on the internet connection, and making sure that we're prepared regardless of what scenarios come forth in the fall. Thank you. Thank you and your team.
Appreciate your work.
Chair Talento, I'd like to add also and thank Raj, because by tomorrow, all of our devices will have been sent out, right, for our pre-K too. They'll have all been sent to all of our schools by tomorrow. So that's been a lot of work that he and his team, I've seen them upstairs every day since I've been here and working around the clock. So thank you for that and getting that available to all of our students by tomorrow. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So this will come back for action at our June 25th meeting, and we are now at new business. Colleagues, is there any new business? Okay. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.